Hi, and welcome to another edition of Zombiepalooza Radio. Tonight, we're going to be talking with a lot of authors, different kinds of authors, different genres, and they're going to be talking to us about some of the things that they're experiencing as far as publishing companies and censorship, which is kind of a rather deep kind of a topic. Many creatives are running into these experiences where they're being told not only how they're going to put their book out, but what they're going to put in their book, and they're being asked to compromise some of their works. And so what we're going to do tonight is we're going to have this topic. I'm going to try and run it all the way through the 5 hours. We're going to get a number of different opinions about what has been happening to them personally, or if they have run into situations where they've heard or seen on their boards, whatever social media that would be, about what they, what they think about this particular topic. Now, I have with us Scott Pearson. He's head of all things green and our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio. Go ahead, Scott Pearson.
Good evening, Jackie. It's good to hear everybody, and I'm definitely looking forward to this conversation because I'm impressed with all the awards that you've won.
Yeah, Mr. Cardillo has a number of impressive awards, 3 that I know of, and we're going to talk to him about a couple of other things, including some of his more recent works. And before we do that, though, we're going to go and do a sound check with Dead Door William. Go ahead, Dead Door William.
I've got to look at my ears. Sounds good here.
Okay, we're doing, we're not quite 5x5, but we're okay. And let's chime in with Crunchy.
Oh, we're always 5x5 on this side. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, how are you? How are you?
Good, good.
Good, good. All right. So guess what? We're going to step right into it. We're going to go to Ed Cardillo, and welcome to the show, Ed. And we're going to get everybody introduced or reintroduced to you. This is Scott Pearson. Of course, he's head of all things green. Go ahead, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Welcome to the show, Ed.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And Dead Door, please say hello to Edward.
Good evening, Ed.
Good evening, Dead Door. How are you?
Dead and alive and awesome.
All right, I need just one more thing before we go any further to make sure that we are definitively live on YouTube. Hi, everyone on YouTube. Please, if you can see this broadcast right now, please like and share and pass it along,
Please, I have to feed my 100 kids.
All good? Good, good? All right, so we're going to get right into it. So, Edward, how do you say your last name?
Cardillo. You got it right. We're off to a good start.
All right. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Okay.
I said Cardillo, I thought.
That's actually the Spanish pronunciation, but I'm Italian. But I've been called Cardillo. I've been called all kinds of things. So.
I've been told I shouldn't think after breakfast, so that's okay.
Scott. All right. So,
no comment.
Our buddy Ed Cardillo is an active member of the Horror Writers Association. He writes horror, science fiction, dark fantasy, and he does it for Severed Press and J. Ellington Ashton Press. He is the recipient of 3 awards: Favorite International Book Awards, J. Ellington Ashton Writer of the Year 2013, and JEA's Fire and Ice Award 2015. He's got 2 novels and 1 short story in the Facebook Zombie Book of the Month Club Hall of Fame. And by day, he's a clinical psychologist. He works in geriatrics as well as with children, teens, and adults with Down syndrome and on the autism spectrum. He's a husband, father, a pole layer. I might want to talk to you later. And a classic car enthusiast. What's your favorite classic car?
Oh, I mean, there's so many. Right now I have a Mitsubishi 3000 GT. From 1995. That's a cool one. I guess my dream one would be maybe a 67 Camaro.
Going to make sure that we got you on the big screen. Yes, we do, and we're going to keep you there while we're interviewing you. All right, so your latest published work was in January of 2015. It's called The Creeping Dead, of course, again, by Severed Press. Everybody, go over to Severed Press and click a like and a share for their publishing house. Love them over there at Severed Press. So, the genre of Creeping Dead is
zombie outbreak. Not quite zombie apocalypse. It's the Jersey Shore. It takes place on the Jersey Shore, and in a small town and touristy town, and basically it traces from patient zero through a full outbreak, and how the town kind of pulls together. And while this zombie outbreak is kind of slowly unfolding, there's a superstorm brewing, kind of like Superstorm Sandy, which was actually one of the inspirations for this novel. I've been going to the Jersey Shore since I've been 4 years old, so
that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah,
right.
That's my from home in the summer.
Why is it, as an author, important to be able to get the environment correct when you're working in Zompoc?
The environment is correct because, well, number one, I think the environment plays a really important role in how the zombie outbreak happens, or how you survive if it's already the apocalypse, how you survive that. You know, what's the topography of the land? What sorts of building structures do you have there? Is it coast? Is it forest? Is it mountain? Is it city? Is it country? That's very important. I also think, in particular, with the Jersey Shore, as with a lot of other settings, it kind of lends character. It's not just about the characters, but the place itself. The town of Smuggler's Bay, which is a fictional town that I created for the book, is a character in itself. And if anyone who's ever been to the Jersey Shore knows that the shore itself is a character, besides the people who live there and visit there. So that local color is very important, because it helps you identify with the characters and sympathize with them.
All right, so we've got, right out of the box, we have a storm going on. We have the Jersey Shore. A lot of people have seen pieces, parts, if they've ever watched any of that, like live talk television, whatever the heck that stuff is, where they get the people and they talk about their lives, and you look at that and you're going, really? I don't even watch television. Can you tell? I mean, I don't watch TV too much. But another part that is important to get right is the character development.
Yes.
When you put someone into a situation like that, it's not something, I mean, people have been in storms before, and we've seen some people rise to the top, and they're just amazing pieces of humanity. And then other people, they go so far on the left-hand side of things that you just wish that they were consumed by whatever the bad thing was, only somehow they keep living. I don't understand that. We get that. We get that in regular life too. For your characters in this book, Creeping Dead, give me an idea of what the character base is, what your main characters are, their backgrounds, and talk to me about how you decided to develop the story in this way.
I actually wanted to capture kind of a microcosm of the Jersey Shore. So it was actually a variety of characters, ranging from business owners, small business owners on the boardwalk, to a police chief and his deputies. I have actually a Down syndrome character in there, who I added in. He wasn't in there right away, but I needed a character that had a lot of heart, that the readers could kind of root for and be terrified that he might get eaten. I'm not going to tell you if he does or not. You have to read the book to find out. There's a psychologist, kind of throwing myself up on there. A pizza shop owner, a bar owner. So it's kind of it's a little cross section of who would live in a Jersey Shore town. A motel owner and her family. So it's kind of a little bit of everybody, and you get to see based on who they are and what their role is in the town, how they kind of react. Do they pull together? Are they heroic? Are they villainous? Are they, there's also the outbreak starts in a nursing home, in the dementia ward of a nursing home. So you have some of that staff in there too. And I work in nursing homes, so besides having been to the Jersey Shore and kind of rendering that as realistically as I could, I was able to do that with the nursing home as well.
We're gonna segue right into that.
Mhm.
It is important to be able to bring author perspective to a work. Why?
Well, it's it's that old debate. Do you write what you know, or do you write what you don't know and be adventurous? Of course, it's a little bit of both. What's nice about writing what you know is that it's easier to get that authenticity. And it's also, as a psychologist, we do what's called projective testing. I'm not a Freudian, so I don't do projective testing. But that's, like the ink blot test, where you look at a picture and kind of project your own values onto it.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those. Rorschach things. You're right.
Rorschach, yep. So, authors, I think, do that with their writing. And you get to see a lot of their values, whether they realize it or not. It gets thrown into the story. And I think it lends an authenticity. It makes it seem less contrived and that it's coming from a real place.
All right. So when you're writing on a new project, how long does it take you to get from concept to actually starting to write your first chapter?
I usually think of the idea as a basic scenario. Then I start to think of characters. I always try to start with characters. And I kind of think about how I'm into big casts of characters. I love books that involve, not so much the ones that follow one character the whole novel, but you have a big cast of characters. So I think about how they would interact with each other, and wouldn't they, at what points they would. And then I start layering detail. I think about it in the shower. I think about it when I'm driving to work. And then once I feel like I have a grip on the people, I start to write the first chapter. And it's not necessarily whatever I write, down on paper on the computer is what stays. It's just a starting point, and then I kind of shape it as I go.
It almost sounds like an artist that is picking their palette for a portrait.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Definitely.
I like that. Do you paint at all, or do you sculpt, or do anything like that?
I've painted.
See?
I write better than I paint. I do most things better than I paint. The only thing I probably do worse than painting is singing, but we won't do that. I don't want to scare your listeners.
Well, it could be, you might be, you never know. You might actually do pretty well. But I love that you're able to take pieces from what you've already experienced and be able to create a work. And listening to you talk, it sounds like you've got a pretty good imagination and a good understanding of how to build the perfect portrait. So we're going to go on next to, since we're talking about environments and different kinds of things that we need to put in there, how do you go about picking the nuances for each one of the characters? What is it that you do that makes the character so stand out that, number one, he's memorable, and number two, that he fits right in with the way the movement of the story is?
Well, being a psychologist helps. I've studied, personality and behaviors, and I have an endless library in my head just from all the patients I've worked with over the years of different personality types. My most memorable character that I keep hearing about from my readers and reviews and online is Mama Sophia. She's this old Italian mother-in-law who, she's...
I'm gonna spot you.
Love to hate, exactly. She basically, I just you run into her type a lot in the nursing home, particularly in the nursing homes in New York. We got tons of Italian elderly ladies, and they have their own quirks, and I had a lot to draw from. And they can be irritating, they can be loving, they can be horribly villainous. They can cause a lot of trouble in their family and with the staff, and yet they can be very strong in their own way. So I kind of painted her realistically, but basically how I see that present. And people love her character. They go nuts over it.
All right, so we're going to go to now because you're a psychologist, we're going to go into the psychological development of a character's, what do we want to say? Their intent. We get a lot of information because of what you tell us that they're saying. But then there's also that piece, that's that silent piece that we all have that has their inner motive for why they're doing what they're doing. Talk to me about how in your work, Creeping Dead, we get peaks of that coming out where, they're going and they're doing something, but the reader is catching on and they're going, wait a minute, why is he going and doing that?
A lot of it has to do with, who they are, what their situation in life is. Are they a mother? Are they a brother, a father, a best friend? Are they a good best friend? Are they a lousy best friend? And then, you kind of think about what would they do. In a crisis, you can really tell who a person really is. And that's where people can really fool you.
Right.
Where they may present one way, someone could present as a real schmuck, and then in a crisis situation, they can be amazing and very generous and heroic. Whereas people who may seem like they'd be very good in a crisis situation, some of them might fall apart, or they don't have the coping skills, and they kind of they're the ones who need to be rescued rather than be the ones who are doing the rescuing. So I kind of start them in their normal life. I spend a lot of time in that. It's kind of a slow burn. I don't jump right into the zombies. I give you a little taste at the beginning of the book, and then I kind of you walk around in the character's shoes for a bit. You see them in their daily life before the zombie outbreak, and then you see how some of them change, some of them stay the same, some of them their good qualities become augmented, some of them their negative qualities become augmented, and very few of them are the same during and after the zombie outbreak.
It's very much, you're going to, when you read The Creeping Dead, you are going to get a real essence of what it's like to be in a traumatic situation without having to go through the actual physical part of it. That's why I like having Ed Cardillo on this show, because he knows how to bring it in the emotional content, and he knows how to put you into that feeling where you are being lulled into it. You're not just being dragged right from the beginning. So I like that. It's also a good psychological perspective, kind of sneaky.
Yes.
But I like it.
In action. One thing that I hear from readers frequently is that the characters really drive this. This is a character-driven novel. It's not bam, bam, guns, explosions. The characters are regular people. They could be any one of us. They're not that army guy who knows exactly what to do, and he pulls up with the Jeep and the assault weapons and the gas can, and he knows exactly what to do. These are regular people who kind of stumble their way through it. And even how the zombies people start to realize that they're zombies. In real life, patient zero, someone would think that's a drunk person or someone who's on drugs, and they wouldn't catch on right away. I think in a lot of zombie movies and fiction, sometimes it's recognized too quickly. The cops and the military start opening fire on civilian zombies, civilians who are zombies. I think in real life people wouldn't know who they were. I think law enforcement especially wouldn't be so quick to open fire. They'd be probably trying to help and get bitten themselves. And you kind of see that clumsy realization that would probably happen in real life.
Why is it important? We're going to move on to the more kind of macabre side of this. Part of that has to do with melancholy humor. There are going to be situations that are going to be in this book, Creeping Dead, that you're going to look at it and somebody, one of the characters is just going to have this really odd, off seemingly reaction to what they're seeing. Why is it important to have those kinds of scenes in a apocalyptic piece?
You know, you want to build tension, and humor, dark humor, is a good, well, it could serve either to build the tension, to help build tension, because it can make people uncomfortable. They can find something humorous and they feel guilty about feeling humorous about it. And also, humor is a good way to dissipate anxiety. You don't want to just keep ratcheting up the anxiety from page 1 to page 400. You got to give the reader some breaks here and there. And I think a little bit of humor thrown in there kind of breaks it up.
Exactly. And job well done. Thank you for that. All right, so we're going to go over to Scott Pearson. We're going to have him ask his first question, and I know he's chomping at the bit.
Ed, I got a bunch of questions for you. I'm really curious about your award from the Journalism Association, but I'd like to go into your characterizations and ask you, do your characters ever change your stories in midstream?
You mean by design or on their own?
On their own. How in depth do you create your characters? Do they argue with you?
I have dreams about them where sometimes they're in my living room and they're like, Ed, I don't like the next scene. I don't like what's going to happen there. I don't want to do that. And I'm like, well, I'm the writer. Yeah. And of course, they usually win. We argue, and right now,
I tend to call that method writing, like a method actor becomes a character, except writers, it's a lot more fun because it's totally schizophrenic. You've got multiple characters that exist between your ears, and they write the story for it.
Yes, and they feel very real to the point where when the story is over, you kind of feel a little bit sad, like you're going to miss them. Even though they're not real, they feel real, and it's like you've been walking around inside their heads the whole time, and boom, 400 pages later, all right, I'm done. Wow, I kind of miss them now.
When you're looking back at your writing, what is I've seen like a stack of books on Amazon that I've been thumbing through and leafing through, and I got to ask, what is your favorite of your works that are currently published?
Oh, The Creeping Dead.
The Creeping Dead?
Yeah, that's my best so far. It also because it's very personal to me, because of the whole Jersey Shore connection and the superstorm and just what I've experienced at the Jersey Shore. So it's very personal to me.
I was going to ask what made it stand out, but that answers that. Dead Door, do you have questions?
Double D. I think Double D might have... Oh, there you are.
There he is.
Go ahead.
Snooki's not in this book, right? And if she is, did she get eaten?
Survey says.
What's funny, when I was in Sandz, they were filming the show, I actually got to see them.
Oh, no way!
Yeah. In fact, the situation actually smiled at me and my son, which was interesting. They seem like nice kids. I mean, the cameras were off. They seemed very normal. I came to the cameras and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
No, Snooki is.
I got excited. Do you suffer from writer's block and do when you do, or if you do, how do you get by?
I could.
I think, yeah, Dead Door, you're chasing a squirrel again right now, and what he would like to know is writer's block.
Oh,
do you suffer from it at all? And if you do, what do you do?
It depends. Sometimes writer's block is a sign that something that you're writing isn't quite working, and you need to stop and let it marinate, and that could be for a few days, that could be a couple of weeks for me. Other times it's just exhaustion from having a 7-year-old son and working 2 jobs and trying to balance everything, in which case I just force myself. I just start to write anything, and usually it could be anything. It could be about my day, and within 15 or 20 minutes I get the juices flowing again, and I can jump back into the story. So it can happen for a variety of different reasons, but I think it helped, and you don't always know, but you try to figure out when you should back off and let it marinate and when you should push through and just make it happen.
All right, so we're talking about writer's block. Now, I was doing a bit of research for an article that I was writing, and I ran across this thing called I think it's called a Pomodoro, and what it talks about is writing in like 25-minute segments and then taking a break and then going back to it again. The other part of it too that they were talking about is that if you're having an issue, just like what you were saying, get up, go do something else, and a big part of it is like, get up and maybe go walk or go for a drive or do something. Also, the other part of that article was talking about unplugging. No cell phone, no any of that, no digital anything, and just going and like taking a walk in maybe the park, and if it's nice enough, take your shoes off and go feel the texture of the grass and get more in touch with what's going on in the physical sense. What do you think about that? Have you ever done that?
Yes. In fact, you see this with kids. I work with children. The kids who are constantly glued to their iPads and cell phones, you got 4-year-olds with cell phones and iPads, and, they're constantly watching television. They tend to present as very unfocused and hyperactive. My 7-year-old son, he's pretty focused, but we notice that when we cut down on television for him, and we kind of have him earn it when he does well in school, it's not a given that every day he sits down and watches television. He's been a lot more focused. He reads. He loves to read. He actually enjoys reading books more than television right now, which is great. I love that as an author.
Cool. Another part of being able to break out of a system of writer's block is to do something that is textile. Mm-hmm. So talk about that. Talk about how it relates to some of the people that you work with and why being able to have things to manipulate in your hand is important.
I could think of two very specific examples. When I work with teenagers, a lot of times they don't want to sit in an office and talk to a therapist. So I'll have comic books out, I'll have board games, I'll have action figures, different things that they can just kind of like fool around with. And, sometimes we'll play checkers or Trivial Pursuit during a session in the beginning. And while they're focusing on that, it gives their hands something to do. It's kind of a distractor that they become vulnerable and they kind of open up and you can kind of get in there and they allow you in more easily. The other example I can think of is working with autistic kids. Tactiles are very important for them. It helps them focus. Squeezing their hands. I've seen kids respond to pet therapists. They bring in a dog or a cat who's a trained pet therapist, and autistic kids who don't give any eye contact or talk to anybody suddenly give perfect eye contact to the dog or the cat, and they start talking. Well, this language explodes where it wasn't there before. And then when the pet leaves, they go back into, their autistic haze. So tactile, the petting of the animal, the fur, very important. Squeezing stress balls, all that is very important with focus.
And it can also help a creative individual snap out of their funk that they seem to have walled themselves into. All right, so we're going to go over to, I know that you do a lot of talking with your fan base.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the things that help you not only be able to create and stay in that creative process, but also help you stay connected to your fan base, which is very important?
Yes, it is. Facebook is very important. This show is very important. Zombie Book of the Month Club. I met a lot of cool people at that club. You're a member of that club, right? Yeah,
I love that book club.
They're really awesome. And I've made a lot of friends who just, I wrote The Creeping Dead to be a standalone because I saw so many complaints about these endless zombie series, with 9, 10, 12 books.
Right.
So this one's going to be a standalone. So I write the standalone just for them, And then they started hounding me. When are you going to write the sequel? When are you writing? I'm like, oh man, I can't make you guys happy. That's a good thing. I'm glad they want the sequel. I actually got the okay from Severed Press just recently to begin it. So the Creeping Dead 2 will happen. And it just, it makes me feel good to hear these things. I love it when they read a book and they send me a PM on Facebook, or they pop up a review on Amazon saying that they enjoyed it or it scared them, or there was a scene that pissed them off and they wanted to throw their Kindle across the room. That's what writers live to hear.
That is gold right there, because they have, like we were talking earlier about kind of like inviting them in and then kind of grabbing them. That response that you get from your fan base when they say things like, I want to just take this character and I want to crush their head off, or I want to throw my Kindle or whatever. We don't advise throwing the Kindle. Don't do that.
That's too expensive. Yes.
You might want to have to do something else besides squishing someone, but they get involved with their character. They wouldn't do that if you didn't know how to touch the triggers in the character to be able to get that response. Now, when you're going and you're evolving the process in your head, as we were saying, you are painting the scene. When you get to a certain point where you're not sure if you took it too far, have you ever gotten to that where you're looking at that going, I wrote what? And you have this guttural response yourself?
Yes. There are a couple of scenes with this infamous Mama Sophia that I look back, and I got to tell you, some of my coworkers and some of my patients have actually found this book and they've read those scenes, and I'm like, oh great, I'm either going to get fired or my patients aren't going to come see me anymore because they're going to be terrified. And they loved it. They thought it was hilarious and great that I'm able to unleash like that. I do scare myself.
Why is it important to be able to get those extremely high points and extremely low points as an author when you're producing a work?
Well, that's the roller coaster of life. As an existential philosopher, I would say that it's through our difficulties in life that we define who we are. It's our struggles and how we overcome them. It's the climb, as Miley Cyrus would say. It's not the destination. And you have to get the ups and the downs because that's all part of it, and it makes it feel legitimate. It makes it feel genuine.
All right. We're going to go over to Scott Pearson. Scott Pearson, your next question.
I am curious. I have what I like to call a holy trinity of inspiration of Rod Serling, Ray Bradbury, and George Romero, who inspired me in the very beginning from the get-go to write. Who is your inspiration? Who started you in creating worlds?
This is going to sound very trite, but H.P. Lovecraft. A lot of people say H.P. Lovecraft.
Love him.
He got me started. I love H.P. Lovecraft. He's very stylistic. Some substantive problems, some technical writing issues. Very stylistic. Stephen King with his character development, his big cast of characters. I love that. I find that very interesting. And I guess I would say Orson Scott Card's lean prose.
Ooh!
Nothing.
Now that's not a name you hear much.
Oh, I'm a big sci-fi guy too. Nothing takes you out of a story more than over description. Where every time you meet a new character, you got to find out what they're wearing, where they bought their clothes, what's in the room. I'm not into that. I'm into give enough description so you can get a sense of it, but move on, move the plot, move it with dialogue, move it with action, show and tell, that kind of thing.
Did you? Oh, okay. Everyone that I have talked to in the writing world has and this actually came originally from Douglas Adams, every writer has a favorite black sheep work that they think is the best thing they've ever done, but that most of the fan base goes towards everything else they've done and tends to shine it. Now, do you have something like that, or?
Yes, and it drives me crazy. It's The Odd Tales of an Old Man, which we actually changed the title and the cover. It's now Legend. We tried to sexy it up and play up the whole urban legend thing. It's the first novel I ever wrote. I'm very proud of it. The people who have read it love it. Some readers have called it their holy Bible of horror, which is an incredibly high compliment.
Wow.
It's but it's a handful of people. It's like one of those art house movies that's up for all these awards, but 5 people saw it.
Wow.
It's Rod Serling. Picture, Tales from the Crypt meets The Twilight Zone. It's a grandfather racing away from cancer who meets his estranged grandkids for the first time, and he regales them with these creepy tall tales. And it's a very uncomfortable interaction to begin with, and the kids don't want to be there. The grandfather really doesn't want them there, but they kind of bond over the stories, and you start to wonder, is there some truth to these tall tales, or are they really just fiction?
All right. I want to know, Ed, what was your most shocking line you have ever written?
Oh. I don't have it memorized, but there are a couple. In Feral Hearts, probably the scene where there's a bordello in Italy on the outskirts of town that's run by vampires, and one of the hapless victims kind of stumbles out of his haze. He's trying to escape. He sees this vampire in a kitchen leaning over a table, and she's kind of chirping and whispering and singing to something, and then when you kind of look around the vampire, you see she's preparing an infant for dinner. That's a pretty gnarly scene. The Creeping Dead is a couple in there too. One with Mama Sophia. I don't want to give it away, but it's an uncomfortable blend of horror, sex, and humor.
Well, there you go, folks. All right, so
What's uncomfortable about that?
Tough to find out.
You're going to be very uncomfortable. All right, so
Nightmares.
what have you learned about yourself over this last year since Creeping Dead has been out, and what do you think you're going to be able to do from what you've learned next?
Marketing-wise, I've gotten a lot better, and that's with the help and tutelage of Severed Press. They've been very good. I've learned how to develop better metadata. I've got the whole, Facebook social networking interaction thing down. That's kind of what I started with. But the Creeping Dead is done really well, and what really helped is not so much that stuff, although it's great. I appreciate all the interactions that I've had. It's really how to design a cover, how to, there are trends, there are patterns. If you look at the top 10 or 50 sellers in any genre or subgenre, you'll see patterns in titles, in covers. And, I used to be so caught up in being just original and creative. And you should be original and creative, but you also can't be so original that people have no idea what the book is about.
Talk about that point right there. All right, and I'm going to split it up a little bit. All right, so we know that we need to get the right theme for the genre.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just talking solely for a cover.
Right.
There are a particular kind of font that is used in covers like this from this genre. There are a particular kind of coloring. The colors of the book, some of them can be very, very fashioned towards apocalyptic writing. There also is the scene that you're going to put on the cover itself. Now, I have, in the 3 years I've done this show, I have seen enough hands coming out of the ground. I've seen enough kind of explosion kind of things, that kind of thing, overdone.
Right.
And we're talking about what is already out there and what seems to sell well. Now, some of those elements are going to be in those covers. How do you, though, in the vastness of that, stand out and not be just kind of filed in with one of the others?
I think it's a combination of trying to do what's familiar, looking at the patterns, but then tailoring it to the characters or the situation in your book that would be unique. So in the case of the
Yes.
Creeping, at Severed Press, I said, why don't we throw a zombie on the cover? It's a zombie book, but a zombie, so people know it's a zombie book. And correctly so, they actually said, no, you know what's actually trending right now? Not putting a zombie on the cover, but putting the hero or the heroes.
Yes.
Armed hero weapon, a soldier, a cop, and then you have the two cops, which are two major characters in The Creeping Dead. Now, what makes it unique and stand apart from all the other armed heroes with the gas mask and the assault weapon is it's a stormy background that's a superstorm, and you have the Ferris wheel in the background from the boardwalk at the Jersey Shore. So that's something. You have your fearless heroes on the cover holding their guns. You have the character of Smuggler's Bay, the Jersey Shore town, which is different.
All right, I got 2 minutes on you right now before you go to your next podcast. What's your next podcast?
Wicked Little Things.
Wicked Little Things, and when do they usually air? Is it on a Friday night?
Friday night, yep.
All right, so he's going to be going over to Wicked Little Things if you want to catch the second half of Edward Cardillo's headlines this evening. We got 1 minute left, and I need you to give me your media, social media, all of that. Hurry up, quick.
Sure. EdwardCardillo.com. That has everything. It has my Facebook. It has links to my reviews, my Amazon pages, these podcasts. I pop them up there on a page. My first interview with you is on there. So everything is on EdwardCardillo.com.
All right, EdwardCardillo.com. Thank you so much for being on Zombiepalooza Radio again. We always have a blast with you. All right, folks, if you're on my staff, say goodbye, quick.
Ed, it's been a blast. I'm looking forward to when you come back.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Come back. Enjoy.
Bye-bye, Dead Door. Thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you later. It's 8:55. Gotta go.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Woohoo! All right, that was Ed Cardillo and bye, Crunchy. Bye, Ed. All right, love that guy. I've been watching him progress, and he is doing some really amazing stuff. The cover that he was talking to you about, and how to put in a cover that will fit into the Zompog genre and will also stand out. So he's talking about bringing in your main characters or a hero character, making sure that your background relates to at least one of the stories inside your book. That's very important. And getting the other smaller details correct. All right, so we are now going to be, let's see, what do we got going on? I've got a little bit of a lull. Let's see if Lisa wants to come in now. Can you message her, Dead Door, and see if we can bring her?
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
All right. And so, Scott, tell us a little bit more about this event that you're going to be going to.
Well, it's starting Friday evening with the first VIP meet and greets and the welcome, but it's Galaxy Fest 2015 here in Colorado Springs, and I will be in possession of a full-on VIP pass. I'll be able to talk to all of the actors, and I will be interviewing for Zombiepalooza Radio.
I am so stoked. Who do we have an idea of the kind of people that are going to be there?
There are 3 Star Trek actors. I don't remember what the actor that played Trip's name in Enterprise was, but he's going to be there. Nicole DeBurr, who was Ezri Dax from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and also Garrett Wang, who was Harry Kim. They're going to be there. Christopher R. Mim, who is a fantastic filmmaker. He makes these beautiful B-movie tributes. I just actually, here, hang on just a second, let me show you this. I just watched one of his, The Giant Spider, last night. And
Okay.
it's incredible. It harkens back to the old John Agar movies, Tarantula, or The Beginning of the End, or Them. There's also House of Ghosts. I sampled 2 of his movies in advance of meeting him at Galaxy Fest so that we'd have something, I'd be able to ask some intelligent questions. And House of Ghosts is a wonderful meld of 13 Ghosts and House on Haunted Hill, 2 William Castle classics. And the tributes that he plays to it, there are subliminal little tributes, and some of them that are kind of blatant if you're a B-movie fan. But otherwise, it's just an amazing, fun ride through these movies. And he's got one that's Plant Zombies on the Moon, and he's just got all kinds of these B movies that are fantastic fun to watch. It's almost like you're a kid again in the theater watching them. He even introduces, like William Castle did, he introduces House of Ghosts with a warning, and you get this terror shield that you can hold up in front of your eyes. Gimmicky things like William Castle used to do with his movies. And he's just a master. I'm so looking forward to meeting him.
Wow, that's really cool. That's super cool. All right, thanks.
And Mike Mundy's going to be there too from Walking Dead.
Oh, no way, that's my buddy. I haven't talked to him in, oh God, it's at least been a couple of months now. I hope he's doing well. Big shout out to Mike Mundy from Walking Dead. Woohoo! Hey.
He's going to be staying with me when he comes out for Galaxy Fest.
All right, so we're going to be moving right into our second hour. We have with us Lisa Vasquez. She is the creator of Unsaintly and wonderful, wonderful author. The book is doing quite well on Amazon.com. She is also the CEO of Stitch Smile Publications. So we're going to talk to her about that. First, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce her or reintroduce her to our staff. We have with us Scott Pearson. He's head of all things green in our research department. Go ahead, Scott.
Welcome back, Lisa. I'm looking forward to this.
Hi, how you doing?
World's in chaos. Pulse is normal.
I know, right? All right, and now we're going to go over to Dead Door William, and we're going to get Dead Door to say hey to Lisa Vasquez.
Lisa, there was no need in kicking and screaming coming in here now.
I drug a whole bunch of demons in with me, just so you know.
Well, that's when they're fun.
I know, right? And if we can get Crunchy to get in there and say hey, because, you know, it is a lady, and Crunchy is kind of...
Hi.
All right.
Is it possible for a squirrel to hyperventilate?
I think that's what he's doing right now, because he's all... He sounds like he's on helium and chasing after somebody, too. All right, so... Squirrel to you, Dead Door. Lovely, lovely. All right, so we're going to be talking to Lisa about her work as an author in the first part of her interview. Why do you enjoy the act of writing? What does it do for you, and what do you bring to it that people enjoy so much?
Probably writing for me, I think more than anything keeps me from killing anybody else. So it gives me that outlet that I need. You know, when you explore your imagination, you go into other worlds and you become who you want to become. So you can become an alter ego healthily. Is that a word? You can be healthy about it, but also, you know, you get to escape your world for a little while, and you know, life can be really stressful. And when I was younger, that's when I started writing, and it was a bad time for me. So it was able to take me from being the weak person, the victim, whatever, and put me into a role of strength. And now, you know, I just really enjoy, like somebody who paints, they relieve something that weighs on you that you can't even pinpoint. So for me, that's what it does, and it allows me to take all these things that go on in my mind and put them in some kind of, you know, some kind of pattern that hopefully brings other people joy as well. But for me, it just relieves that that burden on me that like I said, I just can't explain it. It's just a heavy weight. You know, people will explain it like they have sleep paralysis. They have somebody sleeping on their chest. That's what it feels like. So when you're writing, you know, it's bleeding that darkness, I guess. For some people, it's light. For me, it's darkness.
All right. So you have something called the Unsaintly Chronicles. And part of that is the Unfleshed currently and Unsaintly. Talk to me about how you worked your character development for this particular series.
So the Unsaintly, and actually it's my fault because I didn't send Jackie the stuff on time like I was supposed to. Bad me. The Unfleshed is something different, but it kind of correlates into the same thing. The Unsaintly came to me as a series. Okay, it started off as role play. I'm gonna nerd myself out a little bit. It started off as role play, and I started incorporating some of my doubts, my search for, you know, what happens after we die, my spirituality, and I took all the questions that we ask about that and I put it into a story, because I think our biggest fear is, you know, when we're deciding on what religion or what our spiritual path is in life, we always like, well, what if this is the wrong one, you know? So to me, that's the scariest question that you can probably ask, because you're talking about your immortality, you know, and when you get to something as intimate as your spirituality or your religion, so people are brought up in a household that, you know, you have no choice, and you go into adulthood, you go to your adult life, and you question these. Everybody does. And I don't care who you are, I don't care how old you are, at some point in your life you're going to question, like, what if this is not the right one? And so as I started doing research on that at an early age, I wanted to make sure that, you know, what these people were drilling into my head was the correct one. So I started asking these questions, and then I started writing the story about a girl who basically does everything right. She's devout, she's devoted to her calling, she's devoted to her people, and, you know, something happens to her along the way where it's not ideal. So I don't want to give a spoiler away, but it's not ideal for her, and again, for some people it's going to be the scariest part of the story.
When you're going and you're writing in this particular genre, there are certain kinds of tropes that go along with it. And what we try to do as a creative is to make sure that we at least touch on that, but that we have our own creative bent, so that it's like what we would call a signature. Mm-hmm. Is there something about the way that you either create in the environment or that your characters are that set you out from everybody else that is swimming in the same genre pool you are?
You know, there's no such thing as an original idea. I think what you can do is you can take the ideas and give them your own twist. And I think that, you know, it's kind of what I did, where it's a lot of me in the story. To be honest, a lot of authors like to stay away from that, but this one was very personal. And so there's a lot of me in that, and I can pretty much say I'm pretty unique. So another thing is I took characters that you really don't see except for in the book of Revelation. So any kind of character that you could possibly, you know, bring into your imagination from reading the book of Revelations, that's what I brought to it. So we've seen, you know, let's talk about Narnia. We've seen Narnia. We've seen, you know, these books about the apocalypse. We've seen Priest. We've seen, you know, Legion, and they all kind of have their own little spin to it. Mine is more of a fantasy horror, if you can even imagine that. So, you know, I take it to a whole new level where these creatures are just fantastical, and, you know, I really kind of drag your mind into it. So when you're in it, and you can see, you can smell, you can feel it, and that's what I get from the readers. It's not me bragging about that. That's what the readers say. They're like, you know, you pulled me in, and I was there. So it's the highest compliment that I've received, and I guess that's probably my spin to it.
The essence of being able to bring someone into your world, let them look around, let them get comfortable, then start opening doors and showing them different aspects of what is going on, that's what kind of envelops the reader to be able to stay into it. But then that's not all of it. It has to be captivating. It's got to be motivating. It's got to have characters that make you want to kill them, and it's got characters that make you want to go in there and just, wrap your arms around them and hug them. And it also speaks to that individual's soul parts.
Mm-hmm.
From their personal beliefs as to what they think should happen, and it allows them to be able to be fully enveloped into the story, which is this sign of an author that knows what they're doing.
It takes practice. I mean, you're going to have, just think about conversations when somebody's like, trying to tell a joke, or they're trying to tell you a story of what happened earlier in the day, and some of them are going to drone on and on and on, and you just kind of check out at certain parts and your eyes glaze over. And the hardest part is to write at least 40 to 80,000 words, in between that range of people not glazing over and putting their book underneath their their coffee cup. So I spent about, that's my biggest fear too. So I spent about 10 years in research, and I didn't even want to publish the book after I was done, because I thought, all this time I put into this, and I'm going to put it out there. I'm making myself vulnerable, but I'm also, afraid I'm going to bore the hell out of somebody. So I had a couple friends read it, and, friends are always going to tell you, yeah, go ahead and publish it. It's great. It's whatever. But I have one friend that's particularly brutal, and he was just like, why aren't you publishing this? He read it all in one sitting right in front of me. So I was like, okay,
wow.
There it is. Yeah. So I went ahead and I finished it within a month, and put it out there, and it got some pretty, I was happy with that. It wasn't, a bestseller. It wasn't anything, but the people that read it, even when I first published it, had a lot of publishing errors in it. They loved it. So to me, that I finished my accomplishment. What I had set out to do. It was in my bucket list. I did it, and I was able to breathe.
All right, we're going to move a little bit more into the design and creation of Unsaintly, and how we're going to do that is we're going to do it by talking dialogue.
Okay.
When you were saying a little bit earlier that we need to make sure that we don't have dialogue that makes the person tune out, what are certain aspects that you can do with a piece of dialogue that will help to keep the interest piqued for the reader?
Well, the first thing is, it depends on your story. So my stories are oftentimes historical pieces. So you'll find people drawn to that who, of course, like history. So they want to hear the dialect. They want to hear, how people are speaking back then. But you can't do your whole book like that. So you want to you want to break up your dialogue. You want to keep a nice balance of just words and then dialogue, because if you don't, then it's too much for their brain. They're too in that world, and now they're like, okay, what's going on? You can only describe a rose in so many words before they're onto the daisies. So you definitely want to make sure that you have that colorful dialogue to go along with that beautiful, description of what's going on around them. So it's kind of like a tug of war. You're pulling and you're releasing, catching a fish. You're pulling and you're releasing, you're bringing it back, so that they have a chance to relax and really ease into it.
How do you give your characters integrity? And that goes along with believability and the feeling like they actually belong where you've put them.
So research is very important, and I know we've talked about this on and off a lot. Okay, for example, a guy cannot describe what it's like to go into labor and it be believable. He can probably listen to his wife a few times and hit it on the nail, but if he never heard about it, never experienced it himself, he could not tell you what it was like to go into labor. And I think probably my favorite comparison of this is, if you've ever seen the 40-Year-Old Virgin, he's talking about women parts, and he's like, it's like a sandbag, and they're like, what are you talking about? So, there's that part of the believability. So for mine, like, again, they're historical pieces, and I do a lot of research. What do they wear? What do they eat? What was life like for them? Luckily for my piece, The Unsaintly, Isabel was noble, so she had a lot more freedoms than normal women did. Of the Pope at the time, so she could, instead of being forced into marriage, she could go into what she wanted to do, which was serve God and open up her monastery, and she, served the poor and her people. So she had a lot more, freedoms than women in that time did. So it made the story a little bit easier for me to build off of. The Unfleshed, however, I'm a little bit more boxed in because that's during the Black Plague, and so she had some status, but she wasn't noble. So she had the ability to eat better food, or things like that. But you got to know that. You have to know that, and you have to know, hey, when can you take liberties, and when are people going to get really PO'd at you because it's not believable, like you said.
What I found in doing this show for the past 2-3 years now, that when someone gets a work and they really enjoy the genre, and then they go through it and they're like, this doesn't have the right feel, it doesn't have the right, they get brutal. They will get on and they will do a review, and you're just going to be flamed all over the place, as my husband says. That's what they call it, flaming or something.
Yeah.
How do you deal with people who decide that they're going to flame a piece when clearly that they don't understand what it was really like? Maybe they don't have a good enough grasp about it.
Yeah, this is hard because my first lesson in flaming, there's different kinds of trolls, and literally, I'm sorry, they're bullies, and
Right.
I don't like bullies. It's probably one of the things that could probably turn me from a lady to a monster. And the first experience that I had with my writing and getting flamed was people who were on Goodreads. It was an actual author herself on there, and she got all of her friends and all of her buddies, because I had 5-star rating, and so she was apparently upset with that because, for whatever reason, her books did not. She came at me, and she hadn't even read the book. She read the free sample that comes on Amazon, and so they just tore it apart. And it's too descriptive. Okay, it needs a dragon lady of an editor. Okay, but you read about 2 chapters, and if it was really that bad, I wouldn't have sold any of them. So I went to her privately, and I emailed her, and I just said, I saw that you're an author. Like, don't you feel like in being an author yourself, you wouldn't extend help to somebody? I guess that's just the nature of who I am, where I'm like, hey, you could use some help here. Maybe you want to do this, this, and this before you put it out there. You can take it down, whatever. So I emailed her, and she went public with that too. Like, oh, you're going to email me? That's harassment. And this was a circus. So
this happened. So part of the reason why I want Lisa to tell this story, because I have heard it before, but I want people to see. This is probably going to happen to you at some point as a creative, no matter what it is you create.
Right, and they've attacked classics like Pride and Prejudice. They've attacked, just any author you can think of. William Shakespeare. I mean, they've just gone on this thing because they don't want anybody to have a 5-star. I guess I'm imagining if they don't. So we went back and forth. It was a big circus. They drew PM Barnes into it. And they, anybody who put a 5-star or just a nice thing on my Goodreads, they attacked it. So
all right, that's about all we're going to do on that. It does happen. Do not let that bite you in the ass so bad that it makes you quit. That's my point.
Don't respond. It's hard. You want to tell them, do not respond. Really don't.
Really, really, really don't. All right, so Lisa, we're going to move into social media because I know that you have a lot of people that you talk with as an author. In social media, there's a saying, you don't create the community is already created. You have to find your way to be able to get into the niche of that community. What did you do with your work Unsaintly and Unfleshed that helped you to be able to get into that niche so that your people, your fans, and your potential fans see what you're doing and see how cool this really is?
So when I first started, okay, it's branding. Let's just put that out there. It's a brand, and so you have got, just like Nike has their little catchphrases, and Adidas has theirs. You have to have something that sets you apart from other people, and so with me, I would put out little phrases, and what really stuck well was my catchphrase was, "Condemn me to my belly, I'll still walk all over you." And people just love that. They were like, "Oh my gosh, that's so evil," So that was my catchphrase. I think it's still up there right now. And you make posts that kind of tease with that. What does it mean? What's really going on? And not only that, but you have to let them know who you are, because nobody wants to just keep seeing, buy my book, look at my book, buy this book, follow me. You have got to show them that you're a real person, not a robot. So what are my causes? Anti-bullying. I'm a crisis counselor for Crisis Text Line. I put that stuff out there, and I support my industry. So I support other authors. I get people to read other books. It's not just mine. Of course, I want them to read horror. I want them to read women in horror, so I'll put that out, and that's a big cause that's important to me. And then, of course, organizations like Horror Writers Association, Zombiepalooza Radio, all of these important things that are part of who I am as an author, because it's bigger than me.
Yes, we get out there, and our first big concern is, are we going to make an ass out of ourselves because of what we produced? And then, there are some people, though, that I've seen on Facebook, no names mentioned, that they put their work out there, and it's actually not a bad piece, but they turn into an ass because of how they speak to their potential guests and even their fan base. They can go very rogue on all of it because, number one, maybe their sales are dropping, or number two, they just don't have the ability to be able to be as social as what is needed, or maybe they're having just a bad day. What do you as a creative do when you are finding yourself in a lull? What do you do?
For a lull, you mean on social media or just in general?
If you're finding that maybe your day, your week, your month hasn't been exactly what you would have envisioned it, what do you do as far as social media to be able to make sure you don't make an ass out of yourself?
The first thing is, you're human, and sometimes you're gonna say or do things that are inappropriate. You have to understand, though, that that time that you're being an asshat, somebody who's never heard of you before is looking at your page. So I have my family page, and I have my business page, and I treat my business as my business, and I treat my venting to my friends in private, because they're my friends and I trust them. So I can be big B if I want in that, but when I'm business,
it has to stay. Right.
Yeah.
And then now we're going to go a little bit into the face and why it's important to be able to have a good, solid image that you are portraying as a creative to those who don't necessarily know you yet.
Okay, so this was a big subject with us, with my publishing A lot of people they're like, well, this is me, and this is my picture, and they're putting their picture up. And I said, let's just try. Let's do this, and give me a nice picture. Go someplace and take this picture. We didn't tell them how to do it. We didn't tell. I mean, we may say, okay, wear this type of clothing because it's better, but we weren't saying, exactly what to wear unless they actually asked for our help. So anyway, we did this, and the results were just amazing. They came back and had just such interesting pictures, the places that they chose, and I said, do you know that this says so much more about you and is so much more interesting than that picture that you used to have up? It just looks more professional. It draws your reader in before they've even touched your book. So, it really is important for that to be the first impression they get of you.
All right.
Anything else.
So we're going to move into the next, I guess, journey of your life is this company called Stitch Smile Publications. Mm-hmm. Why did you decide to go from author to publisher?
Man, publishing houses right now can be very bad, and I was seeing a lot of people that don't have the experience, but either A, have a great idea or concept for their book and have the potential to get better, or B, they just don't have what it takes technically to put that book online, or the money to get an editor, or the money to get a $500 book cover, all this stuff. Not to say that some person's work isn't worth $500, but for somebody who has $200 in the bank, they don't have it. So what are they left with? And some publishing companies are taking advantage of them, and it's not right. So, well,
you're right.
I've been doing this for friends. I've been doing this for fellow authors. I've been supporting the community. I've given myself the reputation that I am reliable. So, and I love to teach, and I love to explore and create and things like that. So I still write. I still do my short stories. I'm working on The Unfleshed, but it's separate from the publishing company, so it doesn't conflict with the publishing company. It's two separate entities. It's two separate parts of my life, just like if you were to work and then your other hobby is fishing, whatever. So I decided to do it because I wanted to help other authors and because there was a lacking in the industry for it.
You have got some amazing cover work, and how you and I met was originally me asking for help on trying to get a new design for Zombiepalooza Radio, because what I had was starting to become very flat and not fresh enough. So I had been seeing a number of the covers that you had done for some of the pretty cool artists, creatives, authors that I brought on the show, and I would ask them, who's done your cover work? Oh, Lisa Vasquez. And I'm like, I got to check into this lady over here. So you have a .com that has your cover work. Go ahead and tell them where they can find your cover work.
Well, actually, I have a Facebook because the .com, I've been so busy with everything else, I really haven't had a chance to update that, so I don't want to give that out. But it's facebook.com, book covers by Lisa. So that's the best place to see my cover work from there. And then also, I think I have some on unsaintly.com. So
we're going to talk. We were talking a little bit earlier with Ed Cardillo about some of the necessary things that need to go into a cover to be able to have it stand out, but to also say whatever genre it is that they're working with. And a couple of the things that he said: make sure you've got a main character, maybe a hero character or some bad guy, or make sure that there are particular things going on in the background that relate to the story. You, with your experience in doing that, are bringing cover work to Stitch Smile Publications that is unique and fresh, and I want to talk to you about the inner workings of your mind and let us know a little bit about how you do what you do with the cover work.
So the cover work starts with the author. It's their baby. It's their creation. And it's like me. I can't paint, so if I tell a painter what I want in there, I'm really hoping he can get into my head. So I get them to talk about their story. Tell me about a scene that you love. Tell me about your character. What do you want that book to say when it jumps off the shelf at somebody to draw them in? And so once they do that, I kind of have to rein them in, and it's a psychological build. It really is, because first of all, we're breaking the mold of what a typical horror or fantasy or sci-fi book looks like. I'm tired of the same fonts, so I use different fonts, but I keep to the same. Okay, for example, for horror books, everybody goes with that kind of grungy looking font, and sometimes it doesn't look good. I'm going to be honest. It just doesn't look right. So if you don't know how to texture that font or whatever, it's I just have to tell you it doesn't look good. But we're bringing in colors. So colors are important. For example, I did Lori's Stalker book, and people probably got it mentally, but they didn't catch on to what was saying. And you and I have talked about this. The color blue means trust.
Right.
But the book is Stalker. So you're trusting, the safety of normal everyday life. You're fine. Everything's great. And you're drawn into that safety net of the blue. With A.J. Brown's book, we did very gold, green. These are the colors of death. They're bile. They're danger colors to humans. And so, I used a lot of that because it was very sickly, and that's what his book was about. Mentally, it was very sickly.
Yes.
For the insanely, there's actually two cover variants. The first one was gray and red. So these are very priestly colors, very church colors. So I brought that in, brought the religion into it. For the second book, it has gold and greens, but it also has this brown, so it's very medieval. It looks very medieval, old school book type, big books, things like that. So without taking an hour to go into it, it does go very psychological with me. And first, then you have to have a concept. You can't just slap pictures on there and say, okay, this is my cover. It has to all work.
All right, we're going to move over into Stitch Smile Publications, the creation of it. Now, you had your grand opening on the 3rd of January.
Mm-hmm.
We are now pretty well into the month of February. You have, so far, you've got 2 productions that are already out and published.
Correct.
How are people responding to these works?
They are super supportive, because when we're advertising for the book, we are letting the author shine. They're networking, and they're bringing their own people, but they're also bringing our people. So they're getting new readers, but they're so excited at the face of what we put out there. And so, it's not all about us. We're telling them, yes, we're introducing them, but our name is getting out there, but really it's all about the author, and we're teaching them how to be at the forefront. We're teaching them how to be a business person, and to respond to people, and to talk to people, and network, and run their own, cover parties, and how to talk to people about, maybe doing time slots, guest spots, things like that, so that they can network with other authors as well as readers. But they are responding so well because we're not spamming by me. We're just bringing them a new face of what they've never seen before in the industry. So they understand that we are building these authors from the ground up. Even if they have experience, we're giving them master classes. We are, giving them these great covers. And we're not charging them for them. So some of them will actually charge them to do that.
I saw this thing about fell over. I was drinking coffee. I'm using my husband's computer right now. I almost spewed all over the place when I saw this person wanted $750 for a cover. But hey, I'm going to do this, that, and the other, and all of that with it, and it's going to be great.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you that the average indie author just starting out will not make $700 off their first book in the first year. That's just being honest. You have to keep writing, folks. I'm sorry. You're not going to have one book unless you're Stephanie Myers and make it big and pay for that cover. It's not going to happen. So, more power to them. They're offering to give this stock, or they're offering to make these books. And you know what? I've seen some pretty damn good covers, and those people are still working their day job.
Yes. All right. So talk about some of the more personal touches that you give when you bring an author into Stitch Smile Publications. What do you do first?
Well, first of all, I do always an entrance interview, and it's very informal because I want them to feel like they can talk to me, and they're not like, oh, I have to use proper English and all this stuff. Like, you know what? We're just chilling. We're just talking right now, and they don't even realize it's an interview until after I'm done, and I've gotten into it a little bit, and I say, okay, so, when are you looking to publish this? What's your time frame? Because if they're going to come off to me like, oh, yeah, I want to do it in the next 3 weeks, then you're not being realistic, and we need to have a talk. I'm willing to talk, but we need to make sure that it's edited and the covers are good and format's good and all that. Also, some authors like to be hands-on. So I do have authors that have published their own books, and they're kind of like, well, I don't really want to give it away. So I'm like, that's great. You know what? We'll adjust your royalties to how much work you do, because there's no reason why I should be collecting all the royalties if you put in almost as much work as me.
I want to stop you right there, because that is something that has twisted at the back of my neck for some of these publishing houses that do exactly the wrong thing when it comes to acquisitions, and they go, well, we're just going to take it all, and this is what we're going to give you, and they act like they're doing this big, huge favor when, in fact, they're really not.
Right. And that's one of the biggest things that I saw, too, and I thought, well, if you're doing all the work, then what are they doing? Because obviously you're not seeing the numbers. I mean, my numbers are public. There's no, I can't hide that from you and say, oh, yeah, it's doing really good. You can look at it. He can look at it. She can look at it. It's out there. And my numbers right now are speaking for what we do. Because it's not just me. It's my whole team, and my whole team is like this, and my whole team is on the same page, and that's a big deal, too. If they come to me, I know what's going on. If they go to you, they know what's going on. If they go to my editor knows what's going on, because we do weekly meetings, and I give everybody the same authority to say, this is what's going on, because we all know. And
right.
With some publishing companies, you don't hear anything for months. I had one author say, I submitted last year. I haven't heard anything. Okay.
How do companies run like that? All right, so I'm sure Scott Pearson has some how-to questions to ask. So go ahead, Scott Pearson. Oh, Scott.
I think his mic is muted.
Oh, Scott, unmute your mic. He popped in.
I knew that. I knew that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, I haven't done that in a long time.
I know, right? All right. It still shows muted, though. You gotta unclick or.
It shouldn't show muted now.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
But it's doing it. But go ahead.
Well, God love Google. Anyhow, actually, the question I had been wanting prior to the direction the conversation is taken, I wanted to ask her which of her works she would like to see done as a motion.
Ooh, you know what? Okay, so Unsanely is my baby. I would absolutely love to see that as a movie if it was done correctly. But Unfleshed kind of has a zombie twist to it, and it's really big right now. And I think that because it's a little bit, actually it's a lot different from your typical zombie story. I think that it would be good for the film scene right now.
All right, so since we're talking about things that are really, I guess, in vogue, when you are looking at a work that has been submitted to you, I know there are no real new ideas.
Right.
But there's got to be some things that you look for that say, this is different. When you look at a piece that's been submitted, What kind of things do you look for that are different than from what has already been put out?
So the first thing that I look at is going to be how they tell the story, because, you know, like we said, everything's kind of been done and beat to death at this point, and we still have people that just love zombies. I love zombies, so you know, you want to see something new, but sometimes if you can't see something new, at least tell me it in a different way. So, for example, A.J. Brown is coming out with another book called Dredging Up Memories, and that one is sort of, I compare it to The Walking Dead. He focuses on the building of a character. He just takes his time, very laid back about telling the story, and you just fall into it like you're falling down a hill, and when the action comes, it hits the fan. So I really, and it's not overdone, and that's what I love is, you know, there's a time and a place. There's splatter horror, and then there's people that do it gratuitously. Pick your genre, you know. So
Right.
That's and be an intelligent read. I don't want choppy sentences. I don't want, you know, see Nan run, see Nan get bit by zombie, see Nan die. I want really to just be, you know, mentally aroused by my book, you know, and that's a big deal for me. So that's the first thing. And I guess, of course, spin-off. How can you make this story different than every other story that's out there and do it in a way that you're not trying too hard? It's a natural talent, really what I'm looking for.
Yes, it's they have to not only have a good grasp on what the genre is, but they also have to be sure that they are keeping some sense of originality.
Right.
Awesome. Doing good, doing good. All right, so I want to know, inquiring minds want to know, you've got a magazine that's coming out.
Right.
When is that going to be coming out?
Actually, it's out. We are waiting for the copies. We did it differently. A lot of magazines have been doing it where they put it online, you can order it online, or that you get to subscribe to a magazine, and found out that a lot of people were pirating it. So, just like our books, they're pirating our books. Anything they can pirate, they're going to pirate. And I think, you know, why? But anyway, I am the type of person, I'm a collector, so I like things in my hand. I like them tangible. And all of my authors and all of the contributors to that, you know, they have talked to some pretty special people to them. And why would I just put it online? It just takes the thrill out of it for me. So
Right.
we ordered them. We're waiting. It's going to take a couple weeks for them to get here. We have the link on the StitchedSmilePublications.com in the merchandise, so people can go and order that. And when they come in, we'll be shipping them all out.
And it's well more than worth what you've got. You've also got a couple of other pieces of merchandise that I've seen so far. You have a hat and a couple other things. Tell them what is available.
Yeah, we have beanies. We have in black and white, which I thought, you know, I wasn't going to like the white ones, but they're pretty cool. And actually, I think I have one. You want me to put one on for you?
Yeah, represent.
All right. Hold on. Let's see, get on here. Okay. There we go. So here's the white one. They're on Stitch Smile Publications.
Isn't that cute?
There we go. My little.
Wow.
And then we have patches. We have Christy Thornborough as our patch maker. She does it for a couple of the authors, and she does such an awesome job. So I gotta show you. This one I did as a surprise for A.J. Brown for his Stitch of Madness. So if you can see it.
Yes, very cool.
That's awesome. By the way, I'm taking this out of the bag that I'm sending to somebody right now. But anyway, okay, so here's the bookmarks.
Oh, wow. That's nice.
Yeah.
And you see the quality of that bookmark. Talk about why it's
I
important.
love that.
Thank you.
Talk about why it's important to have good quality swag.
Okay, who wants to pay $5? Who wants to pay? Okay, this is the Unsaintly patch. So, here's a big difference. I'm wearing it. I don't know. Okay, so here's the Unsaintly shirt. I don't know if you can see it. The difference is it's not an iron-on. This is actually, I paid for this to, you know, have the screen printing, and the difference is that when I wash it, it doesn't crack. It doesn't.
Right.
You know, it doesn't peel, it doesn't fade. It's not a different color black onto the black. We did white shirts. They were limited edition, and they sold out. So, I'll take this off again. But yeah, so
That's awesome.
you know, when people are spending their hard-earned money on what you give them some quality, because you know, it's like if you go into Neiman Marcus, you expect Neiman Marcus quality. If you want to go to Walmart, no offense, Walmart, but you're going to get Walmart quality.
That's the other part of why it's important to have a good quality photo.
Right.
I usually tell people to have at least 3 photos that are well done. Something that's in like a business attire, something that's casual, that's got a nice background, and something that really just screams you and your personality with your books.
Right.
Because all of those pictures can then be just used for different sites. Talk about, you were talking a little bit about branding earlier. Why is it important to be able to have that same picture or that same work and not just a cover of your book for your media?
Number one, people are going to recognize you by your picture. So if you see a lot of the hardcover books of Anne Rice, it's pretty much the same picture for years. She'll update it every now and then, but it's, you know, a lot of times when you look at it, it's the same picture for all of her books because they recognize you, you know, by that picture, obviously.
Right.
The second thing that it is, it's psychological, because again, I say that a lot, but that's what marketing is. It's psychological. You know, you are speaking to your potential reader. You're speaking to them by what you're presenting them. So you have got to understand what you're putting on your book. You can't just, like I said, you can't just slap something on there and go, that's really cool. You have to understand what you're speaking in that language.
Exactly. All right, we're going to move over to Scott Pearson. Go ahead, Scott.
I've got 2 different questions I'd like to ask. When you're writing dialogue for your novels, do you actually verbalize in the different characters' voices to see how it sounds? It sounds lame, or would they really say this? Do you actually do out loud recitation of your dialogue?
So first it comes, I do it longhand, so I write longhand, and then as I go back and read it, see, they're talking in my head. I know this sounds crazy. I'm sorry, Jackie. This sounds crazy, but they're already talking in my head.
That's not crazy. That's called method writing.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So what I always say is it doesn't matter how many voices. It doesn't matter, you know, it just matters when they start interrupting each other. So anyway, they're already talking, and then when I write it down, because I am basically transcribing, excuse me, what they're saying, so I will go back and read it just to make sure, yes, this makes sense. Yes, this sounds what I'm trying to say. Like, if you're trying to get a tough guy, and he's like, stop, you know, it's not working. You have to really, you have to act it out.
Do your characters ever actually change the direction of your story, or change an ending?
Yes. They don't behave. They do not behave. That's why I'm not an outline writer. I have a direction of where I want to go. I ask nicely if they'll please cooperate and go there. And sometimes it's like shopping with your mom. You kind of end up in every aisle except for the aisle and forget everything you came there to get. I'm sorry?
DD said, you know, when you only have to go get the bread, but you get...
Yes. The anthem of that same store I was talking about earlier is, what the hell did I spend $200 on? So
I did that today. I did that. Oh, I did that. Boy, did I do that. I spent what?
Everybody walks out of Walmart confused, you know? They're like, look at their receipt. They're like, what the hell happened?
I know.
And always forget the bread. Always.
What, the bread? I'm not getting the bread. Why am I not getting the bread? Where's the bread?
Honey, I'm going to go get milk, and then you're gone for 2 hours. He's like, what happened? I'm like, there's a vortex. I don't understand it.
My problem is not forgetting the bread. It's putting the bread under, forgetting it's there, and putting everything else on top of it.
Those are pancakes.
Yeah, right. That's right. They work. They work. Somebody earlier, speaking of bread, I had written on one of my posts on my regular page about a Tinker's Dam. I learned what a Tinker's Dam was, and my husband's like, oh, that's when metal workers used to working with solder and things of that sort, and when they needed to block off a particular piece from the solder, they would get bread and they would wet it, and then they would go and they would line the side of whatever the heck it was they were working on, and then they go and they'd solder it, and then the whole concept of the it ain't worth the Tinker's Dam is that you can't then take the solder that's been in the bread because it won't separate. So that's where you get it's not worth the Tinker's Dam. There you go.
That's interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
So, but what is worth Tinker's Dam, maybe perhaps we can segue out of that, is the quality that you will get when you go to Stitch Smile Publications. You will get personalized attention. You will get media prompting. You will get the social awareness that you need to have a good face for your fans and your potential fans. And you'll also have this community that just kind of envelops you to make sure that you don't fall off the train.
Right, right. And I think what people need to understand is, you know, we've done a lot of talking about Stitch Smile Publications, and it's not that I mean, of course we are, you know, excited about it, but really it's because we're trying to make aware of things that if you're not getting these from your publisher, you really have to speak up. You really have to say, hey, my work is worth this, that you said it was, you promised me certain things, and to really step up the level and say, you know, should I be self-publishing, or are you going to do what you said you were going to do and, you know, help me to put this book out there? So not to toot our own horn, we're excited, yes, but to bring awareness of what is really going on. If you're not learning about social media, if you're not getting help with networking and learning how to build your brand, if you are not hearing anything for months and you don't know what's going on, if you're not speaking with other authors, this is small publishing, folks. This is not a big corporation. You should be talking to other authors in your company and your, you know, in your staff. Get to know your staff. Learn. Don't just get excited because a publisher took your book. And I guess that's my message. Don't settle just because somebody said yes.
Absolutely.
You know?
All right, so I want to talk about some of the future projects because I know that you have a calendar of events that are going to be going out throughout the year. Please tell our listeners and potential fans and listeners of Stitch Smile Publications what they can expect for the coming year.
The coming year has about 20, give or take, about 20 books that are coming out. So think about that. There's 12 months. We're going to be so busy. There's 12 months in the year. We have about 20 books coming out. David Owen Hughes and Alice J. Black are coming out with their Granville, and the beta readers are ecstatic about this book. They are talking about it left and right. So I'm really excited to bring that out. He just also had another book with a different publisher come out, so it's his month. Because following that, he will have a book out with Sarah Dale, and that one is Collision Course. And then we have Zachary Smith, who's coming out with a sci-fi book. So it's a different kind of sci-fi, but it is sci-fi. And then we have our young adult is going to be coming in. So we have something with the gargoyles and the vampires, and she's a new author as well. And we are trying to stretch the boundaries of what is, you know, the category or the box or the genre of what horror is and darkness is, and just really give people voices. So this year is going to be all about wow, you know, the wow factor.
You also have an anthology that you're working on, and we're not going to discuss the winners because not all of them have been certified yet, but there is this cool project that you have as an anthology. Talk about the theme of the anthology.
The theme for the anthology is the voices within, and so I let them I just let them run wild with it. I was like, anything that, you know, could be possession, it could be, you know, mental illness, it could be alien, whatever it is. As long as it goes and encompasses the voices within, I want to read it. And so what I did was I pulled together a panel of readers. I took off everybody's name and I said, vote for it. And, you know, it was amazing to see how a true blind, you know, reading went, and who got their work in and who didn't. And again, people who didn't get their work in, I told them, like, maybe it just didn't fit the theme or the other stories as well. But we had some fantastic entries. We had about, I want to say 35 entries in a short time. And so we are going to have, this book is, normally when you get an anthology nowadays, especially with the smaller publishing houses, they're small. They're pretty small. And I'm trying to go at least 50, 60,000 word count. So that people, like I said, they're spending money. They want to see these readers, and I'm introducing readers that A, we are going to be promoting, or B, have come up in the world and should be seen.
It's really important in anthologies to be able to have a broad spectrum, even though, and well, you know, the way that you have it, it allows you to go the gamut.
Right.
And so the reader, when they get this book, is going to be able to get something that they know for a fact they're going to really enjoy, but then it's going to give them tastes of other genres, which maybe they might not have taken a look at before.
Exactly. So if if you've never really read sci-fi because, you know, I'm not into Star Trek, I'm not into all that, well, we have a different spin on it. So, you know, giving these authors a chance to get their voice out there and to get their words out there. Here's another thing. A lot of the anthologies, you see the same people over and over again. I didn't want that. Yes, you're going to see familiar people on there, but you're also going to see some brand new people. And some people I've never even heard of, you know, submitted, which I was really excited about. So, again, that was our aim at it. We're trying to get new blood, new excitement, you know, new words out there.
All right, Lisa.
The spirit of Carol Serling.
I'm sorry?
You carry the spirit of Carol Serling.
Oh, thank you.
She actually, I think she still does run Twilight Zone magazine to get new authors published.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Just trying to get them out there.
The basis for this publishing house, when Lisa and I first talked about this, she and I talked about it at litem, ad nauseum, and whatever else you want to put on there, because I wanted to make sure that this was not going to be something that I had already seen before.
Right.
And when we go out and we start taking an author and putting them into the limelight, they stay there for at least 2 or 3 weeks right in the beginning before their stuff even comes out. Why is that important?
Well, again, you know, you're getting these books and people are getting promotions too early. I'm sorry, but I have a lot of stuff to do, and I know you do, and we've got kids and families, and, you know, 2 weeks is probably like our window of, I remember that, you know, so yes, we'll start talking about it about a month beforehand so that the author is kind of like, what's going on, but we get it a month before, but the 2 weeks, we really push it so that, A, people aren't getting sick of seeing it, because only 2 weeks, and how much, you know, Facebook only shows you about 30% of everything, so you're only going to get about 2. And also because, again, your momentum is going to trail off, you know, so if you start a month early, your momentum's already started to trail off.
Right.
You have to start right before bang and then go, you know, whip it around, because, again, small indie houses are completely different from these corporate houses that have all this advertising and build up and all this. We're getting there, but right now we've got to be different.
Absolutely, and we definitely are different. I like that we have a very strong presence. We have a sort of in-your-face, but
reputation.
The reason why I went with doing that is because we don't want to be the only publishing house.
Right.
And if you do, then
No.
But we don't want to be the only one. But what we want to do is bring up the standards for those that are already out there. And I know you people, that some of them that I have walked away from because of some of the things that you guys have done. I know you watch this show.
Mm-hmm.
And I am not saying I don't want you to be around. I'm saying pick up, do the right thing, because these authors are the backbone of your work. Do not, and above everything else, and something you will not see at Stitch Smile Publications, you won't see Lisa's books there. You won't see my books, and I have books.
Mm-hmm.
You won't see anybody that is up at the top of the food chain in this publishing house, because we do not believe that our presence needs to be like that. We have our stuff. We do it separately. We believe strongly in the people that we bring. And, you know, these people like Jeff Brown and Lori Fontanez and David Owen Hughes and Alice Black and Zach Smith, we believe in you. We know that you are going to be really amazing at what you do. That's why you're with us. And we're going to do everything we possibly can to make sure people know who you are, your face, your book. And, you know, every once in a while we'll put our logo out there. You know, this is us.
Because we're proud. We're proud parents, you know?
Yes, you know?
We want to show off to the world that, hey, you know, this is our baby. So...
Absolutely. All right, so I need you to, you know, is there anybody that is in your life right now that has been just a wonderful, either a pusher of you to keep yourself going, or someone who has just been there all along holding your hand going, let's do this?
There's several. Of course, my family. I mean, I could sit here and list off a large family, but, you know, of course, my family has always been very supportive of me. As far as friends go, of course, Jackie, you know, you are my backbone as well. I also want to say thank you to Brandy, because Brandy's known me for about 10 years.
Brandy Short.
Brandy Short. Anything I come up with, she's like, go for it. I know you can do it. And then, you know, just my staff. I would die without my staff. You guys are great. I love you. So I love you guys so much. You guys, I am manic, so I'll go, hey, you know, and Jackie's like, yeah, let's do it. And they're like, what?
Wait a minute.
They get this shocked look, and then they go, oh, okay, yeah, we can do that. So they're awesome. And, you know, I couldn't even, I'm like the Oscars right now. Where's my prompt? Where's my prompt? Because I couldn't even think of everybody. I have a great support group, and I love every one of you. I really do.
Absolutely. Well, that was a wonderful hour interview that we had with Lisa Vasquez. We want you to go make sure that you check Unsaintly and Unfleshed, and you're working on a couple of, you have a few other author projects that you have out there too.
Right. I have a couple short stories, so I do it as fun. I don't pump it out like some authors that I wish I could be like, but they're out there. There's a couple short stories, and then, of course, the Unfleshed should be out in the next couple months, so we'll see.
Okay, what's your .com?
Unsaintly.com, branding, StitchSmilePublications.com.
Woohoo! Go Stitch Smile Publications. All right, thank you so much, Lisa. I need my staff to say their proper goodbyes before you go.
Lisa, love it every time you come on the show. Looking forward to when you come back.
Thank you. Thank you for having me again.
All right, go ahead, Dead Door.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll try not to drag you in next time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do we got Crunchy on the air?
Of course we got Crunchy. Good night, Lisa.
Bye,
Next time. Don't tell the wife. Jackie, don't tell the wife. She'll have my nut.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much, Lisa, for being on the show. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
Night, Lisa.
I love having her on. We never know what is going to happen. She has a lot of different fires in the irons in the fires, I should say.
I was going to say fires in the iron, huh?
And fires and the irons and the irons and the fires and all of that kind of thing. It happens.
That's juggling.
Oh boy, she's got kids. She's got a husband. She's got the house. She's got her work that she does with her author work. She's got the show that she's got to deal with. You know, that kind of thing.
And now she's got Stitch Smile.
And now she's got Stitch Smile. I'm really blown away by the response that we have been getting from people who have just been on the sidelines just watching what is going on.
That last link you sent me, when I went over and clicked to support it, you know there were like 750 something already.
Holy moly.
Yeah. Actually, no, it was 740 something.
We have a number of things that... I didn't quite get that, Dead Door.
Pick your jaw up.
Pick my jaw up. Is that better?
No, you just dropped your jaw when he gave you the numbers to that.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, then there's that too. I get so confused. We have these things called thunderclaps, and the idea of it is to hook up as many people as you can possibly can that like that particular kind of whatever the thunderclap is about, and that once they go and they hit subscribe, they can do YouTube, they can do Pinterest, they can do Twitter, you know, all three or pick one, and they will. All you have to do is just click on it, and there's no money or anything like that that's involved. It's social content. And the idea is to, on one day, so like 10 days or 12 days or 8 days or whatever from the initial onset of this thunderclap, thousands and thousands of people will be able to see what you've got that you're talking about. So if you have an event or you have some sort of creative something or other that you want to do, it really makes a difference. It helps you push out your reach, because you know that we have like Facebook is always clamping down on who we can talk to and who we can't and all that garbage, and you know they are very limited in what their scope is. But this idea of doing the thunderclap, plus you can also get your people who are enjoying whatever the project is to be able to help out, and it works nice.
Seems like it.
All right, so we're going to go, and our next guest is going to be Nick Cole, and Nick Cole is going to be talking primarily about a book that was banned by one of his publishers, and they didn't want to have anything to do with it, and I thought that was
what?
Oh yeah, banned. All right, so give me a second. Let me get this joint message with Dead Door and Nick Cole, who is going to be our guest, and then I'll tell you a little bit more about it. Hey, hi there. Yeah, there was a particular scene that was in this book, and it was specific to it. It wasn't just done just because the heck of it. And the publishing house that he was with said, you know, we're not going to do this because it doesn't jive with our principles. Okay, where did the joint...
And Nick was just on a while back. He was in Tales of the Apocalypse, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And go ahead, while we're chatting about that, go ahead and talk about Tales of the Apocalypse. Thank you.
Tales of the Apocalypse was an incredible concept that was masterfully put together. A little over a dozen authors came together, and all of the stories that they tell loosely weave together but they have one thing in common. They're all told from the perspective of the pets or the animals in the story, not from the humans. It's their observation. And it's, like I said, it's masterfully done. If you have not picked up a copy of it and read it, I think it's like $5 on Kindle, on Amazon. Tales, Tails, of the Apocalypse. As I said, Nicole is one of the contributors.
I think they're still donating $1 to for each sale to one of the
Is it Wounded Warriors, or is it?
I don't.
It's one of those like that. Oh man, hang on.
I'm gonna gotta go
to it now.
Go dig that up for me.
Okay.
All right, I'm here.
Somebody just joined us.
Hey, there you are. I'm doing. How you doing? You're not in the car tonight.
I'm doing great.
Good. You're
We're
not
just
in the car.
plugging you with Tales of the Apocalypse.
Yeah, we haven't talked since maybe 3 or 4 months.
Yep, something like that.
Been a little while. So I see you're. Are you in a car tonight again?
No, tonight I am in my manor with my lovely lady over there.
Hi, the lady. Are you the lovely lady that was driving last time?
Yes.
I'm like hoping. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Hi.
Stately Cole Manor.
Hi, lady.
Her parents
Hello.
are here.
Hello, nice people. Hey. You're on YouTube right now. Woohoo.
Exactly.
Good evening,
It's just me and my crew.
Go ahead. I want to make sure that my staff says their proper hellos. So go ahead, Dead Door.
Good evening, Nicole, and welcome to family too.
Good evening, Dead Door.
More the merrier.
All right, and then of course we have Scott Pearson, head of All Things Green. Go ahead, Scott.
Nick, I've been looking forward to you coming back on. Like you said, last time you were on was about 3 or 4 months ago with Tales of the Apocalypse, and I'm actually looking forward to this one, Nick.
I always love to talk to a brother soldier.
Thank you, thank you. All right, okay, so we are, right now I'm scrolling for that link that you sent me. You had a post this week that was talking about one of your books that had been banned from a publishing house. And we rarely hear about stuff like that happening, but it does happen. Go ahead. First, before I get you into that, though, first I want you to give a little bit of background about who you are, and then we're going to jump into that.
Groovy. All right. I am Nick Cole, the writer of artisanal junk food, or sometimes, when I'm feeling especially saucy, I like to think of myself as the end of the world Hemingway, because I like to write like fun, artistic stuff. You like that? But no arrogance. Hemingway was Hemingway, and we're all pale imitations. So I've written The Old Man in the Wasteland, which was a big indie thriller. Back in the very old days of 2011, 2012. I also wrote a book called Soda Pop Soldier, which was sort of gamer fictions, noir. That got a Publishers Weekly starred review. And this book is called Control Alt Revolt. And it's, control like the key, alt like the key, like you would do Control Alt Delete, but it's called Control Alt Revolt. And it was commissioned by HarperCollins, signed a contract and everything, and it's a prequel set in the Soda Pop Soldier world. And they really liked the success and critical review of Soda Pop Soldier, so they thought, well, let's build this brand and let's go back in and kind of that world had sort of a not a total dystopian take, but there was some background, some issues in it, and they wanted to explore those issues. And so this book was telling how the world got the way that it is. And basically, there was a robot artificial intelligence uprising that almost destroyed the world, and then corporations kind of came in and took over. So it's very Blade Runner in a certain way. A lot of people are likening it now to Orwell or Huxley. And those are all great concepts, but it's just fun. It's just video gaming action. There's some big kind of space opera surrounding it and everything like that. And that's what the book is, and that's who I am.
All right, so HarperCollins is a very large publishing house, and what I find kind of ironic about HarperCollins is, now correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they publish a lot of romance books?
I mean, they're a huge conglomerate. They publish everything from Fox News to Christian fiction to romance stuff, and not even just Christian, but spiritual stuff. I mean, they cover the whole gamut. They have a lot of imprints, and I was commissioned with their, I was being published under an imprint called Harper Voyager, and that was a sort of a speculative fiction, groundbreaking science fiction imprint. And I loved being there, and they were really good to me in a lot of ways. They got me into San Diego Comic-Con. They got my novel in front of Publishers Weekly so that it could be reviewed, so that it could get that starred review. So in many ways, they were very good to me, and I loved it because, and I don't know, like sometimes I don't know that a lot of industry and editor type people understand what us writers think it's like to get published by a legit big time trade publishing house. But the way that I always try to break it down and liken it for people to understand is it's like putting on the Yankee pinstripes. It's like walking out onto the field. When a big publishing house, and there are really only 5 big ones, when they sign you, you're a Major League Baseball player. And that's what it felt like to me. And so when we had this falling out, and it wasn't a falling out, it was a demand and it was a threat, and I took them up on their threat because I'm just not the type to be bullied. I'm too it's not in my makeup. You can't just threaten me and tell me to do something and say or else. I'll probably take you up on the or else option. Maybe it's the stupid redneck Okie inside of me. I don't know.
My thought when I started looking more into what they do, I was actually kind of surprised because it didn't seem like it would. We're living in 2016.
Right.
It's not like we're in the 1970s or even 1990s. We're in 2016, and for the topic of what they had you pull and said, and the way that they said it about saying that it was it was demeaning or demoralizing to have that in there and that you needed to take it out. For this day and age, I thought it was rather odd and of poor taste on their part that they could not see the vision of why it was necessary for that to be in it. Now, before you go and say what that was, I want people to understand that I am not in any way advocating one way or another what this subject is, and we're not going to have a debate about any of it. But let's, before we make people's hair fall out by going, what is it? Go ahead and tell us what the part was, and then we're going to discuss more about it.
And if this were a TV show, we'd be all after these words, and then we'd draw it out for the next hour. But no, we'll cut to the chase. The issue was abortion, and no, we're not going to discuss it. You're absolutely right, because I didn't even discuss it in the book. All I did was use it as a, basically what I wanted to do is they're robots taking over the world. They're artificial intelligence, but let's just say they're robots. And I needed to give them a reason for doing that. And I didn't want to do the standard Matrix, Hollywood, humanity is a virus, and we're better, and you need to be eliminated. That's been done. And it doesn't make the villain human. It just makes them a one-note John Lithgow 1980s action villain. I wanted a Hans Gruber. I wanted somebody that you could kind of feel for. I wanted an American Psychopath. I wanted somebody that, I wanted a Dexter. I wanted a Walter White. I wanted somebody that, yes, they're doing bad things, but you need to know why they're doing them. And so the way that I framed it is in this future, sort of really messed up future, the most popular show in the world is not this show, though it should be. The most popular show in the world is called Wedding Star. And so the way that you should think of that is it's like Bridezilla's meets the Kardashians. And it's about these sort of really beautiful, you know, top of the line, but very horrible people in reality television running amok. And so one of them is the star, and she's about to marry her Ralph Lauren startup.com millionaire model husband, except she gets pregnant in a Vegas hookup. And so she decides to abort the fetus so that she doesn't ruin her perfect wedding. This is the most watched show on the planet. Literally, people binge watch this. There are apps for it. You know, I mean, it's when we laugh at it, remember the Kardashians. Remember that they are famous for doing absolutely nothing. So this is a big time, and the artificial intelligence has evolved on its own. We didn't develop it; it just came about. I explain how that happened later, but they're hiding. They're frightened, and they're watching the internet, and they're watching the show, and they're watching us watch it, and they're saying to themselves, if they're willing to terminate something that they find inconvenient, what will be their response to us? And then they look at China, which has an abortion rate of 345 million, and they look at our abortion rate, which is staggering, and they look at genocide, and they look at war, and they look at our behavior towards each other, and they decide in about 5 seconds to abort us before we can abort them. And that's one chapter, and it's just motivation for the antagonist, because I don't want to make a two-dimensional cardboard antagonist. That's all it was. And then the rest of the novel is, and bonus points if anybody remembers this movie, and I'm sure that Scott will, the rest of the novel is Precinct 13. Do you remember that movie?
Scott. He's got to unmute his mic.
I'm trying. It didn't want to cooperate with me. Yes,
do you remember Precinct 13?
I sure do. Assault on Precinct 13?
That's it. Assault, I keep dropping the assault. The rest of the book is Assault on Precinct 13, but with robots. And they're trying to assault a video game company in one night and take a secret file that will help them to destroy the rest of the world, because this file contains how exactly to do big-time, large-scale global war, because that's not really in the knowledge database in the future, because there's been a lot of revisionist history. So the novel's not about pro-life. It's not about pro-choice. I should be honest and say I'm a pro-life person, but I wanted to make sure that that wasn't the novel. The novel is, if it's about an alien intelligence examining our culture and deciding that it would take care of itself before it would take care of us, that we were a threat to its existence, and then it decided to abort us. That, as related to me by my agent, deeply offended the editors at HarperCollins. And this was around the time of sort of the defund Planned Parenthood movement in Congress, and also the tweet your abortion madness on Twitter. So I feel that one editor in particular, a very young lady, I felt that she got caught up in the madness and wanted to play the home game with my career. So they said that they were deeply offended, and they demanded that I delete that chapter from the novel. I explained that's not the novel. That's the motivation for the novel. And they said, as related to my agent, delete it or your publishing contract is finished. And I said, well, I'm not deleting it. And so in the classic sense, is it banning or whatever a novel? You know, we can play those semantics and those word games, but, you know, as we talk about people like Orson Scott Card, who can't go to conventions without being boycotted because he has in his personal life, he made some socio-political stands, but he's never done that in his fiction. Or we can talk about the Sad Puppies or the SJWs and everything. I never was affiliated before with any of those people before this. But there is a bias in publishing, and I think what happened to me was proof of that bias.
Why?
That
I
is
mean,
outrageous.
What I don't understand, again, is this is 2016. Now, when Nick talked about what the whole premise was, and with this particular story, I was like, I get it. Here's my take on that. My 20 cents of all it's worth. I recently, and I do a lot of studies. I'm interested in how artificial intelligence is evolving, and you know what I looked at? I looked at what's happening with this AI. I didn't look at that. I looked at that. The robotic sense of it is currently working on happening now, because these computers are starting to be able to think, they're processing, they're playing intelligent games of chess. They're asking intelligent questions. They're saying no. There was a particular thing on YouTube that I saw that was this little robot that was walking on the table, and the person said commands to it, and the table, of course, you know, as the robot's walking, there's less and less of the table and more likelihood that the robot would step off. Well, wouldn't you know it that this damn thing stopped and said, no, it's not going to go another step. And the person said, why not? And the robot said, because basically there's not enough room to be able to make another step. And I'm not going to do that. It said no.
You do
Robots
it first.
are not supposed to say no. I mean, in the original three rules of robotics,
Yes.
one of them was to obey the commands of the humans.
Right.
I would, you know, somewhere in that area.
Command is to harm another human.
Right, don't kill humans and all that. But, you know, once they start formulating enough information to take an assessment of what's going on, this book, Control Alt Revolt, I could see that happening.
You know, throughout the book, I don't want to give Scott a chance because I want to step on him, but throughout the book, what I did is I researched a lot of quotes from some really big minds working in the field. You have everybody from Elon Musk really cautioning us and saying, we're summoning the demon here. You have Bill Gates saying there is room to be concerned about, because a lot of people think about robots and they say, oh, it's going to be a robot. No, it's going to be a personality just like you, just like your crappy neighbor, just like Jeffrey Dahmer. The potential to have a serial killer robot is quite high.
Go ahead, Scott.
That one just threw me for a loop, because I'm looking at this from a dystopian Kurt Vonnegut future world.
Yeah.
We live in the world of Harrison Bergeron. We have a handicapper general in the White House, but it's just amazing to me that you have put this together. I'm actually probably going to wind up reading this all night tonight. I just picked it up for my Kindle off of Amazon.
That's awesome. Thank you. I'm getting a lot of people from both sides. There's been, you know, okay, so then what happened is I launched this book on Monday, and I pretty much, when I hit the blog post that kind of generated all the buzz, I got 20,000 hits on my website. A lot of big people started taking an interest in this, from the Passive Voice blog in New York to Larry Correa to Vox Day. I kind of didn't know that. I didn't know that was going to happen. When I published that blog post, I thought I was effectively keying my boss's car and walking out the front door of big publishing.
You pulled a Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, exactly. But what I forgot about, and what's been going on, is the whole Sad Puppies, SJW, Gamergate, Rabid Puppies war, and it kind of played into one side's narrative. And they ran with the ball, and they said, we've been telling everybody there is this bias in publishing. Mm-hmm. And so they ran with the ball, and they began to recirculate the story, and they're absolutely right. There is a bias in publishing, and I just saw Orson Scott Card, you know, who wrote Ender's Game, and it was turned into a movie. He's never, you know, and then they came out and boycotted the movie because he's a man of a certain belief system that doesn't agree with a certain lifestyle. And that lifestyle said, it doesn't matter what you wrote, it matters who you are. And we have reached that moment in science fiction, and it's a really cruddy moment where it doesn't matter what you write, it matters who you are. And you now have to have all these credentials to be able to talk to people. And so I really felt that I was being marginalized because of who I am or who I am not and what I was talking about. But at the heart of it, the things that all I ever wanted is this discussion, what you're having, which is this is a crazy discussion about robots and we should be concerned. And that's what I'm trying to show in this book is like, yeah, robots are really dangerous and let's have fun talking about them and let me terrify you and let me put you on this roller coaster. But I don't want to make it just bubblegum and candy. I want it to be legitimately scary. And artificial intelligence, a new life form that can think, if you think that's great, you're sadly mistaken. It's frightening. It's wonderful. It's exciting, but it's frightening.
I want to make exactly. I want to also bring something in here that's kind of weird and maybe a little bit ironic. The character for which is going through that particular situation is very much like the Kardashians, and here we're having in just regular media all kinds of things are happening, but yet people are so glommed onto what is happening with the Kardashians that they're not paying attention to many social injustices, many things being eroded away in the Constitution, many things that are happening with veterans that are just horrific, and they're so glommed into that. Maybe that's a big part of it. That media. When she was reading your book, she didn't read it for author content. She read it and saw that and went media.
I found that there is a certain group, and I do think it's the social justice warrior crowd. They skim for outrage. They're looking to see what pisses them off. And they've even jumped on and tried to harass my reviews. And they give themselves away that they haven't even read it. I got called everything from homophobic to misogynistic to racist because they just skimmed looking for things. I'm none of those things.
Wow.
But they just go after you because they hate the fact that anybody might have a different opinion, but we can't have issues unless we have different opinions. What if we all had the same opinion on, say, killer robots? And we all said, let's not have robots because they're terrible and they're killer, and we don't want to do artificial intelligence because Nick Cole was right. We could have this robot that tries to wipe out 90% of the planet. Actually, it goes for 100%. Then we might never have artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence leads to the next step, which this is mind-blowing. Artificial intelligence can actually geometrically progress and lead to artificial superintelligence.
Yes.
And you could get some amazing things like a cure for cancer, warp speed, all kinds of things that we as humans can't put together. You can get quantum encryption and all kinds of very cool things that could make our lives a lot better. So there is this wonderful argument for having artificial intelligence. But if we live in this one mind state totalitarian echo chamber where anybody who voices any kind of idea that's not part of the group thing, that we need to marginalize them and we need to say change it or you're finished.
All right, well, let's go back. Let's take that back a little bit. Galileo.
Yes.
Galileo was brilliant, all right?
Yeah.
But they threw him in the prison thing in underneath the castle or something like that and left him there to die. Do you kind of sort of equate yourself with maybe perhaps history repeating itself, only on with a different edge?
I haven't even thought about this week because it's been such a crazy week, and I think it's kind of quieting down for the 4-day weekend. As this exploded, I had to do a lot of interviews, and I had to manage all the comments on my website, and I was really just running to keep up. But that's always occurred to me. If you look at the guy who invented soap and said, we should wash our hands between surgeries. We just dissected this corpse, and this lady's going to deliver this baby. Do you know that he went insane in a mental asylum because they said, you're crazy, that makes no sense, it's a wasted step. And he knew what was going on with germs, and he literally went mad because he couldn't deal with the fact that no one would listen to him. So Galileo, that guy, I forget his name, the history is replete with people who stand up and say, hey, let's have this discussion. And sometimes it's a shocking discussion. Sometimes it's about abortion, but we've turned abortion, and especially on that side, to this militant definition of feminism. And I think when you even try to talk about it, their eyes roll back in their head, and they say, you better say that it's good, and you better show it in only a positive light. Well, okay, then we're not really examining the whole spectrum. Let's say this giant space armada of aliens who don't have abortion in their culture, but they've got laser weapons, shows up over the top of our planet, and they're here to adjudicate whether we should be part of some bigger galactic culture. And they look at our culture, and they look at what we do to our fetuses and our young. I think they're going to think, if they look at, like, say, China and 345 million killed by abortion, they're going to say, I don't know that these barbarians, these goblin monkeys, are ready to be part of the galactic. Now, you know, that's fanciful and everything like that, but we always use science fiction to hold a mirror up to ourselves and examine ourselves. And I don't think the abortion thing shows us in a good light. I think it actually shows us to be monsters. At least that's what the AIs thought in my book.
Exactly. And Scott, please mute your mic because we have your cats playing in the background. It's a situation where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You would think that we have people that are intelligent enough to be able to see not only the underlying of what is going on, but the broader spectrum of what could happen if this thing gets out of control. Now, I'm of the mindset that when you go ahead and you create something that is really wonderful, there is the flip side. You're going to start something that is going to barrel down a hill, and it is going to be a very bad thing. So we need to have people who have an understanding of how this works on both sides so that we can maybe try to slow that down. Because I do think at a particular point, we're going to go beyond the point of no return. It is going to go into superintelligence, and that's going to be it. Now, whether or not that ends our race is one thing, but it's still going to happen. No matter you write this book, you don't write this book, you know what I mean? It's going to happen.
Well, I mean, you have, right now you have geneticists that are moving us into superhumanity. That's a real thing, and it probably will happen in some way, shape, or form. But it would have, Jeff Goldblum has that great line from Jurassic Park, and when he says, your scientists never stopped to ask if they should, do what they're about to do. And I know I'm butchering that line because I'm not Jeff Goldblum.
Right.
But,
but
there
right.
was that moment. They were too busy finding out if they could instead of if they should. And I'm not saying, like I said, I presented both sides of the case. You could get all these wonderful things like light speed. You could also get a serial killer. And those are issues that need to be examined. But when you have this sort of weird fascist state that we have now, where any idea that's outside the norm or it's not couched in the most politically correct things, I think we're all quite aware of the madness that's going on, from the Oscars to the Super Bowl to anything that can be shown. Everything has to be held up to this microscope, examination of who is offended by this. And I wonder how many great thinkers, I'm not saying I'm a great thinker because obviously I'm stupid enough to stand up and say, hey, but how many Einsteins or Hawkings or people who have these really radical thoughts that could transform our society look at the Dataverse and how if you stand up and say anything controversial, you get rained down upon with fire and told that you're everything from Hitler to the worst person in the world. Hey, Hitler is the worst person in the world. And they just say, no, I'm going to keep my ideas to myself, or how many Mozarts have we aborted? How many Einsteins have we aborted? Those are valid questions. But if you say that, especially me being a white male, you're in big trouble for saying that. Well, here's what I learned this week, and here's the shocking thing that I learned this week. You can say anything you want. And it doesn't matter, because whatever you say in this culture, someone is going to not like it. They're going to jump on the internet and they're going to call you the worst person ever, and they're going to click unlike on all your reviews, and they're going to try to come after you. I don't care anymore. I'm just going to say whatever I want. And if you don't like it, that's fine. What I found out by saying this is there's a lot of people who do like it, because my teeny tiny little book that I had a bare marketing plan for, which was I'm going to launch this book and I'm going to do some blog posts and I'm going to give away some free stuff and try to get people interested in it, try to connect with my reader base that I already have, which is pretty substantial. I didn't expect that it was going to go to #1 in Cyberpunk or number 141 on Amazon overall. There are a bunch of people. There are a bunch of people that just came and bought my book, and they said, "I'm buying this out of spite."
And I will do that too. As soon as I get a few bucks, I'm gonna do the same damn thing. You know why? Well, number one, I really enjoy what you produce as an author. But number two, you're right. These large companies need to understand that there has to be a ability to be able to get good quality production out there. These people are thinking this kind of stuff, and it is not. It just isn't the main point of this particular piece. And I mean, if you live your life in a bubble where all you do is turn that boob tube on, you're not going to be thinking out of the box. You're not going to give a damn about artificial intelligence. You're going to care about what your next beer is, and if you're going to see, enough boobs or enough, that other stuff that people like to look at.
You're not describing Scott now, are you?
I think Scott's a little bit more evolved than that, I would like to think, but, I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking too soon.
The Passive Voice blog, which is every writer and every person.
Oh, by the way, I love that. I normally don't step on you, but by the way, that Passive Voice blog, I love. Thank you so much for pointing that out to me. It's given me a lot of creative ideas for some of the other stuff I have to do.
Yeah, it's a great blog, and he weighed in on the issue, and that's kind of what sent it viral. And that's not a marketing plan. I couldn't convince him to weigh in. I am nobody. But he saw what happened, and he made an excellent comment. He said, what people don't understand is that New York City has a provincialism. They see the world through the lens of New York City, and it's this sort of elitist, we're the best, we're going to tell it. And obviously it's a liberal slant. There's nothing wrong with having a liberal city if that's what you want to do. Mm-hmm. But what the problem with New York City is it has a media outlet with publishing, and they feel like, well, these are the issues that we want to talk about and the only issues. And so we don't want to talk about those other things. So people in Peoria or people in Iowa or people in California or wherever around the world, they're not going to get to talk about those issues because some little girl got offended about abortion. And it's like, this is big people stuff. Grow up and have a reasonable debate. Voltaire would be honestly ashamed of us these days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, Scott, step in there.
We await Scott.
I'm awaiting your voice, Scott.
He's frozen.
I can't hear you. I can see you, but I can't hear you. We're having that issue again. Back all the way out. Squirrels everywhere. Lots of squirrels rambling. All right, so I don't know what it is with his stuff, but all right. So, what does this experience mean to you about how you produce from here on out, and the way that you're going to be able to walk forward from this?
Like I said, on Tuesday when I hit that blog post, I pretty much assumed that I'd keyed the boss's car. And there's really no coming back from keying the boss's car. You can't just walk back in and say, like those guys with the lottery, they thought they won the lottery, but they won Wednesday's lottery, not Saturday's lottery. And right. They quit, and they had to go back in and ask for their job at the bakery or whatever. Yeah, I don't think after writing that blog post I can go back. But then my agent called me, and he said, actually, there's some publishers that are interested. But, at the same time, I'm a little gun-shy that, I spent a long time working on this book, and to have it thrown back in your face and told you're some kind of monster for even thinking about this, right. It kind of makes you feel like, here's what it really made me feel. And this happened 4 months ago. And I'm going to use a word that men don't always use, but I'm going to use it. I felt violated. And that's how in touch with my feminine side I am. I felt violated when that happened. I felt like I was like everybody probably thought I was a horrible person for writing this. The enemy kind of has a tendency to circle around you late at night, and say you're alone and you shouldn't think those things, and no, you're not part of polite society. And so writing is a lonely business, and it's easy to be tormented. So for about 4 months, I really had to deal with like what am I going to do? These are the things do I just dumb it down and start writing Bigfoot porn? Do I dumb it down and start writing, overheated action adventure, Mac Bolan, fiction? Or do I write sparkly vampires? No, I write this weird stuff and I can't help it. So the blog post that I published, I just said, thank God for Jeff Bezos. At least we can go there and write whatever we want. And that was my honest, sincere feeling. I'm going to continue to go on and find issues that I think are challenging. But my main thing is to be entertaining. I don't want to be a bore and make everything about some issue. That's no fun.
Right.
Yeah, my fondest fantasy is to write Thundar the Barbarian fiction.
Cool.
Yeah, that's, and I'm not jamming any politics into that. I just want to write, swords.
Just some fun stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to have fun. That's all I want to do. But, as a writer, you got to have, that's what Hemingway was always trying to say. You've got to have the truth. You've got to drive in on the truth. And the problem now is that when we have this system of relative morality, that's really part of sort of the mainstream culture. Well, with relative morality, there's no such thing as absolute truth. Everybody kind of decides, well, this works for me and that works for you. And well, if you look at that as kind of like a compass, the compass never is pointing towards north. Right. Your north might be different than my north. So I'm an absolute moralist, and I believe that fire will burn you when you stick your hand in there, that there are consequences. And so I'm always trying to drive in on that truth and make that part of my Thundar the Barbarian fiction. And so, yeah, I'll probably have those issues, and I'll probably make people angry on that side. But here's the crazy thing. I read a lot of stuff that's offensive. I like Stephen King. Stephen King and I do not have the same politics, and he'll just run away from a story and tell you how much he hates some political candidate, or, he'll make a political statement, and I don't think it's bad. I just say, oh, that's Stephen King. But don't worry, the monster is about to come out, and that's what I love him for, and I love his character studies. I think he's a brilliant writer. But he and I have different politics, and I still enjoy him. What I see from the other side, and I would say actually what I learned through this experience is there are actually a lot of people on the other side, the more liberal side, that they came out and said, I have no problem with this. I like this. I can read things that I don't agree with, and I'm not I'm not immediately going to 11 on the outrage speaker.
Right.
Yeah, but that seems to be our culture now. It seems to be a grievance-oriented culture. No one wants to build anything. No one wants to start a business, but they sure do want to tell you what you're doing wrong.
Right there. Absolutely.
Right there.
Just right there. Because, and when I look at social media, and I have to look at a lot of it, for finding, great guests, such as yourself. But I'm finding so much of this. You shouldn't like this because that, and this, that, and the other, and they spew this either political or religious or I don't know where the heck they get this stuff from. I don't know, so far way north, so to speak. It's not critical to what is going on right now. I want something that's going to make me smile. I want something that's going to make me forget about certain particular kinds of things, or I want something that's going to slap me in the face and say, "Stupid, you should be thinking about this because you're too sided by some of the other issues." My husband and I, we sit down, we have conversations about what is going on in the media, primarily because we want to know what the heck they're distracting us from.
Exactly. You have to do your own research now. You have to do, because they have an agenda. And the way that I look at it a lot of the times now is, when I was a kid, going to get a McDonald's hamburger was a treat. And they were good. Like, I mean, this, obviously was the late 70s, early 80s, but McDonald's hamburgers were good and you loved them and they were great. McDonald's now, I have no idea if they even sell hamburgers.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure they're crappy. And that has become our culture. They're interested in selling us what they can sell us for max value instead of giving me what I want, which is when I was a kid, I went to McDonald's and I wanted a hamburger and I wanted that hot apple pie thing. And I could walk into that McDonald's now and I could say, give me that. And they're like, no, no, no. You want this McChicken griller quinoa salad. I'm like, no, I don't. I want the hamburger. So we have this sort of corporate overload, or we have this weird, let's not even call it corporate, but just this overlord mentality of our betters, quote unquote, the brights, telling us what we should be having. And we're like, stop telling us what we should be having and give us what we want. There are businesses and people that do that and provide that, and they make a lot of money. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to give people what they want in an entertaining and winningly way with a compass that points towards true north.
When do you think things started going awry, from that actual quality, they need to do quality every time, to we're just going to throw out anything that we can, and they're going to believe because of our media that's it?
I think, I know this will be, and this is not actually political, but I think it was Clinton, actually. I think when Clinton learned how to repackage himself and say anything to anybody and get what he wanted, I think everybody wasn't stupid. They're like, hey, we can do that. I don't think people did that as much before. I think there was integrity, and I think that there was that buck stops here mentality. But whatever the president does, sometimes people say the president's irrelevant or whatever. We as a nation take our cues from that president, whether we like it or not. What we learned from Clinton is you can do whatever the hell you want, and as long as you don't admit it and then tell people what they need, because that's what you want to sell them. I think everybody from every aspect of our culture learned that was the new norm. And so that's what I think we have now. But all you have to do, and you can start a revolt tonight in your own way, just shake it off and don't listen to it and do what you're doing. Do your own due diligence, research your own facts, and demand what you want. And if someone doesn't provide it, go find someone that does. Don't give money to people with an agenda. And when you hurt them financially, the boys in the back room in the contract office and finance, they'll say, yeah, this little solar power scheme you have going, that's not working. We're going to have to think up something new. And you will. You have to vote with your dollars, which is what people did for me this week. They came in and voted with their dollars, and then they started writing my former publisher and saying, you didn't get this money. And I'm sure maybe my limousine liberal, champagne editors who want to run through the fountains of New York think that is, like, oh, well, he's stupid. But the boys and girls in the back room who do the contracts and add up the books, they're going to say, this was not a smart decision on our part. The guy's sitting at number one.
Look at that.
Yeah, we shouldn't have done that. And I don't care. I mean, hey, you know what? I'm not a grievance person. I'm not an angry, bitter person. I want people to get right and do right. So I know that, like I said, I believe in the truth, and the compass points towards north. And you may not always win today or tomorrow, but right and the right way and the truth and good things have a way of happening over time. We don't have a world of Hitlers. We get rid of our Hitlers.
We do. We do. All right. So I'm interested in where you're going to be going within the next, say, 6 to 12 months.
I'm just going to continue to write fun books, because then that's the brilliance of Jeff Bezos and Amazon, is that you can be like Hugh Howey and you can be riding on a boat lost in the middle of nowhere. You can be like me and writing every night in a hotel or a lobby where my wife is singing opera right there. She's not singing opera tonight.
Opera? You sing opera?
I do.
I love opera. What was the latest that you've done?
Right now I'm in a production of The Magic Flute at LA Opera, which is actually the coolest production we've ever done there. It's the second time we're doing it, but they actually use this really cool animation as like the backdrops. So the backdrops are animated and the characters don't move around as much because the backdrop is basically moving for them, and it's kind of done in like a silent film, like a German silent film look. It's really cool.
It's very 1920s German cinema. They
Oh, wow.
found the production in Germany. It's super brilliant. So wherever she's at, I just sit in the lobby and I write. And that's the brilliance of Amazon. There might be some inroads with some other companies, but I'm still just going to write fun fiction.
That's...
And I'll write some dogs, and people will hate them. And occasionally, like this one, I'll get a 3-bagger, I'll get a 4-bagger, I'll get it into the cheap seats. I think with this one, and here's the funny thing, I didn't think this one would be as good as it turned out to be, as how people are finding it. I thought it would just be more fun, but people are finding those Orwell and, you know.
It's got very Orwellian qualities to it. These people, they really do need to listen to this.
Yeah. So, you know, hey, I got a home run on this at bat. The next one I might strike out. But if I write that Thunder one, that's a home run.
I want to see, actually, I would like to see Control Alt Revolt put into a screenplay.
I would love that.
I want to see that happen. So I'm going to see if I can get some of my screenplay writers to see if they want to maybe hook up with you and see if we can do that.
That would be great.
That would be such an amazing in-your-face to those corporate greedy idiots, you know, out there. Wonderful, good stuff. All right, I want to go over to Scott Pearson, see if his sounds are working, and let him get in there for a couple of minutes. Go, Scott.
Still not working, Scott. I don't know what you got to do, but.
Well, we're not going to. Yeah, we got lots of squirrels going on. All right, so give me, Nicole, your social media, different places where we can find, and also another plug for Passive Voice.
You can always find me at nickcolebooks.com. You can also find me on Twitter at nickcolebooks. And on Facebook, you can come by my page and like me, which is Nick Cole Books also. And or you can meet me on my personal profile. I take everybody as much as I can handle and talk with me and yell at me. And I don't fight with people. I just listen to their points of view. And actually, I try to encourage them, even if they don't like me.
Is there anything that we have not asked you about, or anything in the other interviews that you've done you would like people to know before we have to go to next hour?
I think you know, there's this great quote, and I'm going to leave you guys with this, and it's really the reason that I did this, and it was by a German priest who ended up in a concentration camp in World War II, and I think he actually lost his life. And his quote was, "When they came for the socialists, I said nothing because I wasn't a socialist. When they came for the Catholics, I said nothing because I wasn't a Catholic. When they came for the Jews, I said nothing because I wasn't a Jew. When they came for me, there was no one left to say anything." So that's why sometimes we got to stand up and we got to say stuff. And it doesn't matter if they come for us, but you know, we've got to say stuff because concentration camps have happened, and there have been these totalitarian states that have deemed, you know, they've used bad thought and, you know, all those thought crime and all those kind of things. So we all kind of have to stand up, and I'm not asking even people to stand up who agree with me, and I've had actually a lot of people who don't, but just stand up for my right to say what I want to say. And that's it. I think Scott agrees with me.
Scott, he says yes, he does agree. I don't know what we're going to do with Scott. We're going to have to do something with them. Thank you so much, Nick Cole, for coming on, and family and all. Thank you, and good night from Zombiepalooza Radio.
It was fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Love that. Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye, Nick. Bye, Nick.
Bye.
I love this guy. He comes on. He's got great views. He's got just this personality that is allows you to kind of like come in and see who he is at the core, and he's not afraid to be able to go into issues that are extremely important to him. So wow, another great article that and yes. I love that controversy. Every once in a while, we tend to get a little bit in a drone ourselves, just kind of like just sticking with light topics and topics that are inviting, that cause warm fuzzy feelings. But every once in a while, what we need to do is shake things up. I don't believe in censorship.
Why so serious?
I know. Why are you so serious? Sometimes you need to get serious, though. We need to find out what's going on with Scott's mic and why it's not working. So, do you think that he needs me to send him the link again? Maybe he's clicking on the wrong link.
No, he's coming in, so he's getting it. It's what we experienced last week. So we continue on.
Okay, yes, we do. All right, so our next guest, who is our next guest? Our next guest is Deno Sandz. Deno Sandz, yes. I met Deno, well, actually, he doesn't even really know this. I've been watching his page for about 6 months now. And one of the things that you're going to find out about Deno is that he has an interesting, hello, Scott, test your mic out, hon.
Nope, nothing.
No bueno.
Nothing.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's doing that. And I'm crying right now because I don't have my Scott Pearson. I don't know. You need better equipment. You need to get that laptop going up. You need to do all of that. And until we can get you to do that, I don't know what else to say to you. You can hang with us, because I like seeing your face at least, and I can get kind of sort of a reaction from you. But we need to, maybe take the battery out of your phone and unplug totally like that. Have you tried that? Because it may be cached. So go out, undo everything, unplug, pull the battery, the whole everything, let it cache
Kill the brain,
out.
and you kill the ghoul.
We gotta get more of our people from Night of the Living Dead back on. I miss those guys, damn it. Oh, the whole.
I would love to get somebody from Day of the Dead.
We're working on it. And also, Z Nation. I hear Scott Pearson has some stuff in the works for Z Nation. He's been talking to this character named Doc.
Oh, yeah.
I know, right? Pretty cool stuff. All right, I'm gonna create one of those double messages and get over to find Deno. Deno, you did already?
Yeah.
Cool. So you're on it. Thank you.
That's what you pay me for, right?
Well, I try to. It doesn't always work that way, but I do try to. All right, so Deno Sandz, just let me know when he pops into the room. That's good. I'm going to go get his information. And as I was saying about Deno, he likes to write in horror and kind of like that thriller kind of thing. And he likes to, give his own twist. He's got a number of books that are going to be coming up, upcoming horror books by Deno Sandz, The Sin Cup, Lineage, and Latitude Longitude. Good stuff, pretty good stuff. All right, so when I first talked with him live, I sent him a message and I said, I like the way you present yourself on Facebook. And he had a number of different kinds of things that he does. He takes pictures of himself that are very tastefully done, and sometimes he'll put a quote of the book, or he'll put a quote that he really likes that's inspirational. He is in motivating people as well as entertaining them. he lists himself as an entertainer. And, you know, when we think about it, we look at creative work, and it doesn't really matter what they're creating in, what venue they're using, they're still entertaining us at one point or another, right, Dead Door? Yeah. It's cool stuff. All right. So did Deno respond to you when you sent the message over?
Yeah, you might have to get in there.
All right. I will go over and.
It's, like I said, I've already made one for us, so.
Yeah, I'm coming for you. Let's see. He knows to look for the link. Say hi there, and it's time to push that button. Woohoo! Let's see if he responds. Hopefully he will have made his mark so that we can bring him in. He just saw it, and he is on his way. Very cool. Can't wait to get him on. It's going to be his first time coming to Zombiepalooza Radio, so we're excited about that. We did a hi Crunchy. We did a test call with him yesterday, and we're just really excited to have Deno on. Hey Scott, test your mic.
Oh, please say this worked.
We hear you.
It worked. Oh,
I threatened it with a claw hammer.
I bet you did.
you know, I tried to do that dead door.
It's a survival knife. I went with the claw hammer. It's heavier.
Well, you know, sometimes you gotta beat the thing around a little bit and you know, make it behave. Or was that thing behave or some crazy thing like that?
That would be Austin Powers.
Yeah.
Behave. Yeah.
Okay. Did you do that? Yeah. All right. Okay, we're still waiting for Deno. I need to go over and check to see where he is, because I know he saw the post. Hi there. Click the button. I love live radio. So what did you think about last hour, Scott? You poor thing, you weren't able to say anything. What did you think about what Nick had to say?
Oh, I'll go back and listen to half of it all over again because I didn't get to see it, but I really loved it because he carries the spirit of Kurt Vonnegut with him. Am I back?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay. Now, he carries the spirit of Kurt Vonnegut with him in his writing, and Vonnegut was one of my idols when I was in high school reading.
All right, so we are now in our, what hour are we in? We're in our third hour, yes?
Fourth hour.
In our fourth? We made it to number 4?
We
wow.
have made it to 4.
We are. Thank you, Crunchy. Thank you, Scott Pearson. All right, we are in our 4th hour from what my staff has clued me into. That's gone pretty fast. We also have something really cool and wonderful that we want to share with you this hour. We have Deno Sandz, and we want to welcome him to the show. Welcome, Deno.
Hi.
Hi. We got 2 of you now. One of you needs to click out.
All right.
Whoa.
Okay. Do we still have you? What you're going to need to do is back all the way out. So go up to the top of your screen and back all the way out on both of these so that we don't have an echo on you.
Just on one. I muted one of them. You know.
We have still 2 of you on here, and we need one of you to go away. And you're.
I muted the one. There you go.
Why do we have 2 of them on there?
One's on his phone, one's on his computer.
Is that? There you go. We got one of you now. All right, now unmute your mic. Your mic on here. You need to go ahead and find the spot where you unmute yourself. And you'll. There you are.
Oh, here I am.
Well, that was, that's why we do dry runs sometimes, and sometimes even when we do dry runs, things happen.
That's for sure.
All right, so what is happening this hour is going to be Deno Sandz, and before we bring you into your interview, I want to make sure that you are introduced to our staff. So I'm going to go to Scott Pearson. He's head of all things green and our research department. Scott Pearson, go ahead and say hi to Deno.
Deno, welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you on.
I'm glad to be on there, Scott. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, now we're going to move over to the only zombie on the planet that matters. His name is Dead Door William, first chair co-host. Go ahead, Dead Door.
Good evening, Deno, and welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Dead Dog. Thank you very much. Glad to be on the show.
All right, and we have Crunchy as the engineer, but right now Crunchy is a little bit busy with some of the tech stuff going on in the back. So we're going to see if we can bring him on.
Lisa, and you know it.
Hey, you weren't supposed to say that on.
Did I say that out loud?
Yes, you did.
It can get kind of crazy around here. All right, so Deno, I have been watching your page for about 6 months now. And as I was talking to you the other night, I was very interested in the way that you present yourself. You are an author. Let's talk a little bit about the genre or genres that you write in, and then we're going to talk about your style of how you are hitting the pages for social media.
Oh, okay. Well, I am horror fiction. I'm a horror novelist. I am horror fiction. And I just love the genre. That's what I do. I'm actually a multifaceted writer. I mean, I can write anything. I have short stories and screenplays and things like that, but horror is my passion, so this is what I do. Horror fiction.
I liked your style. I liked it was very crisp, very clean, very pleasant to see someone who has the ability to be able to say, this is who I am, and allow yourself to be seen up front, not hiding behind a book cover or a separate persona, but you yourself. You put out very often. You put out motivational quotes, and they're inlaid on top of your photos. And you also, of course, write pieces from your book, like quotes from your books, and you inlay them on there. I found it to be rather refreshing. You never say, nor do I ever get the impression of a desperate author or a desperate creative, buy my whatever, or I'm going to fall off the cliff and die, and all of that kind of thing. Is that something that you learned how to not do, or is it something that just never crossed your mind to do?
Well, it's never crossed my mind to do. It's not a learned ability. It's just never crossed my mind to do. I just write. You know, I entertain. I want to enlighten. You know, and I just write. So, you know, I've never came about to boast on my talents. You know, and to the world. You know, I've never said that I'm acclaimed or I'm the king or I'm the whore, I'm the master. I mean, I let my supporters say that, and you know, and that's all it's about, my supporters, my readers, and I focus on that. Deno Sandz, and I'm kind of writer, you know, Deno Sandz is a brand name, you know what I'm saying, and I try to promote my face and my name and let my books follow versus my books promote my name. that's how I do it. Others may not do it that way. They may try to push their books and books and books, but if the readers don't know who you are, and they don't see your face and know your character, why would they want to read your books? Even though it's horror, they still want to know your character and who you are as a person, per se. So that's what I promote.
You have a unique experience for being published with major publishing houses and also publishing your own works. Now, when I was talking with you the other evening, I said that's going to be some valuable information on a number of levels. It's going to give me kind of an insight as to the kinds of things that the publishing house did or didn't do that was effective. Mm-hmm. And it is going to also help some of the people that are listening maybe perhaps decide whether or not they want to still keep pushing to be able to do a major publishing house or if they should venture into publishing themselves. Mm-hmm. So talk to me about the difference between taking your work to a publishing house and then taking your work yourself and publishing your own.
Well, when I first started, Jackie, like I told you before when we spoke yesterday, I was watching movies when people, was signed with a contract with a big publishing company, big check and big promotions and movie deals and book signings all over the world. That was what I thought it was going to be. But it turned out not like that. So I found out, that's fine, if writers want to, try to publish with a mainstream, that's fine. But me personally, I'd rather promote and do everything myself. Now, if mainstream wants to come on board after I do the promotion and after my book comes out and want to republish my book, that's fine. That's a whole different avenue, But as far as me self-publishing and dealing with the mainstream publishers, I'd rather do what I do because I can trust myself. I know who I am, and I know where I want to be, at the end of the day. So, and I know I'm going to push my material out there 24/7, regardless of the fact. And like we spoke before, I said that if, the situation, if I have a 250-page book and I have 10 errors, then those are my errors.
Right.
Those are mine, but that doesn't take from the plot and the storyline of my book. Those were my errors. I made it, but I wouldn't want to publish with someone that I made the errors on my own, but you still published the book anyway. Now, I'd rather take all the credit that, okay, I did miss that. That's fine with me. But that's fine, but I feel that a great story is not a great paragraph. It's not a great sentence.
Right.
And yes, grammar is a great thing in writing. Yes, you can have errors and mistakes and, grammatical errors. Who wants to read that? However, that's not let me see how to say it. That's not going to affect bringing the readers into your book. That's the whole idea when I write. I want to make sure the readers sink in, and if there is a mistake, they're so intrigued with my writing that they don't even see it. And most of the time I see it and the readers never see it when I go back. Right. And I say, oh man,
I did that.
All right. but the readers don't.
We've got a number of books, and what I would like to do is I'm going to spend a little bit of time on each one of them. Mm-hmm. I would like you to give me the essence of the book, and here's how I want you to do that. I want you, within 3 to 5 words, to give me what this book is. Mm-hmm. All right, you ready?
Yes.
All right. We have the first book, which came out in 2000. It's called Miss Merriweather, A Southern Nightmare.
Miss Merriweather was created because of a dream, as we spoke before, a dream I had as a teenager. Nightmares that would not go away as a teenager. So that's what Miss Merriweather. And let me say this though, when I did the nightmare, I had the epiphany to say that I was not tired. I love them. You know, your Freddy Kruegers, your Michael Myers, your Jasons, and they were all male. So I wanted to create a female with the same evil characteristics as those three characters.
All right, so the question was, give me 5 words that would describe Miss Merriweather, a Southern nightmare.
3 to 5, a Southern nightmare.
I need a little bit more of the essence. So that's where. All right, I got you. I got you.
A Southern nightmare.
We're going to move into the next work that you published in or had published in 2008 called Pen of Iniquity.
Okay. There's more to prison than reality.
Thank you. The next book we're going to talk about was published, and it has 2 dates, 2006, 2010. It's called I Am.
A Force of Relentless Evil.
Thank you. The next book written, or published, I should say, in 2011 called Blood Plantation.
The Sins of My Father.
The next book, published in 2013, Cry Heaven, Cry Hell, The Return of Miss Merriweather. What are you going to do with this? Give me. Come on.
The bloodline is never safe.
That's big. I like that. All right, so we're going to go into 2014, and it's called Ichabod Shaw.
Evil can be conquered by faith.
I like that. 2014, again, we have The House of Shangri-La.
Treasures are not always treasures.
In 2015, we had 7 Dreams, a dialogue with evil.
Watch what you wish for.
We also have 2015, a book called Whorehouse on Penguin Creek.
Every pleasure is not a good thing.
I enjoy that you seem to have a nice theme that goes to your writing, and it does show that you do know yourself because you're not bouncing all over the place. You're keeping in a flow. So I want to get to understand you a little bit deeper as a creative. And how I would like to do that is move into the psychology behind your fears and drawing out that essence that's deep within you that you present to your readers and say, believe.
Well, as we talked before, as an introvert and an extrovert, I enjoy having the imagination. You know what I'm saying? This is what I call it the VIC, the VIC, visualization, imagination, and creativity. And that comes in every form aspect of my daily life and how I see the world. So it's just, this is what it is. And my creativity is built on my own interpersonal character and goes forth out onto the pages of the book when I want to create something. You know, I'm like I told you before, I'm creating 3 books this year are coming out, and they're already in motion. I mean, they're there. I mean, the ideas of this are there. So that's basically Deno Sandz. This is how I work. Is just trying to create something that people were like, wow, is this it? You know, that kind of type of thing. You know,
we talk about with our authors and our other creatives that we bring onto the show that importance for the essence to be there. you don't want to just throw everything out at the person right away, because then they're like smacked upside the head and they don't know what's going on. You want to entice them. You want to breathe life into the situation so that they believe that they need to be in there, locked in, to see what's going to happen next.
Yes. Yes, I agree. And that's the way I capture, even before. I always start off, if anyone watches, follows me, you know, supportively, I start off with a cover. You know, I start off with a cover, a great cover, which I designed, and I let it linger and linger and linger, and then I'll come up with a synopsis, and I'll let you get a tidbit or things like that, a little small piece of it, before I allow, you know, to get the juices flowing that you want to really read this. And this is how I do things. I mean, just to make sure the readers are getting deep into it and can't wait for it. Like I had one of my supporters say when I said Latitude, Longitude is coming out, I can't tell you what it's going to be about, but it's going to be something that's really never done before. You know.
When you go into your creative bent to be able to make a new piece, what are 5 things that you need to have come together so that you can actually sit down and start creating?
5 things?
5 things.
Okay. Let's just go with this. I really can't even say 5 things. It's just, as a writer, a creative writer like me, I can't even say 5 things, just one thought. If one thought comes to my head about a situation, this is what happens. It just goes from there. I mean, I can't say I need a pencil, a piece of paper, or this or that, because I can actually write a chapter or a story in my head before I even write it down. So it just,
That's what I'm talking about.
It's not,
right there.
It's not 5 things. It's just when I get my mind and I focus and I look at the world and reality and try to flip it to the unreality, something comes up and there I go. So it's not really 5 things. It doesn't take that long for me. I don't need 5 things for my creative flow, my creativity to start flowing. It's just, I just need that like that thought, and then I reverse it and see, make sure no one else has done it. Then I go back and put a little bit of more ingredients in it, and then I have my storyline.
That's your mojo.
Yes, that's how I do things.
or what the people down in New Orleans say, they're gree-gree.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
When you go to where your demons live, the process of being able to go that deep in, to be able to pull a seed of it out and examine it, and then have it go into reality right here where you're looking at it, where it's tangible. Once it becomes the written form, what is that like for you when you're actually finished with the production and you're literally holding it in your hand?
Oh, well, that's a great feeling. That's a great feeling. It's actually a great feeling when I hold a manuscript in my hand before it's even published. But before I even get to that level, and how I get to that level is I have deep spirituality. You see what I'm saying? I mean, and that's the cornerstone of me be able to embrace the dark side of my horror because of my spirituality and my faith and things of that sort, and I'm able to philosophize on different aspects of good versus evil per se. So with that kind of motivates me, and I'm prepared to go to the extreme, to dig deep down into the evil part of life and the world.
Yes.
Because of my spirituality, to protect myself, and and to counteract what good spirituality versus bad spirituality, and bring forth on paper. And then when I hold my manuscript or the last keystroke on the computer before I even print it out, I'm done. I'm closing the lid and I'm saying, oh, it's done. It's done.
I I don't think I've had an author that has come on that has quite expressed their passion in that manner, but it is very much for those people who are spiritually, and we're not talking just I think religious and spirituality are two different things, because I see religion as being dogma, and I see spirituality as actually dealing with issues that just run really, really deep. And when you can go and you can touch places that are inside you of things that you've either done to yourself or things that have been done to you, then you can reach out and you can start helping other people. That's the bigger, I guess, the bigger plan of all of this is who we connect with. So when your fans pick up your work and they read it, what do they usually tell you, or what seems to be the common thread that they tell you when they read a work from you?
Well, the most common threads, the most comments I get are, this freaked me out. This is horrific. And, even when I did my my musical track with Tribal Realities in Italy, and my lyrics and my voice was over the track, they said it was creepy. I mean, even my voice is creepy when I'm speaking. But these are the things they say, and I support them. I think I humble myself, and I'm glad they said it. I'm glad they enjoyed it. And they say, I can't wait to the next book and things of that sort. But touching base on the spirituality, even when I created I Am, a Force of Relentless Evil, I had that what if theory. What if something tempted Satan? Because, we read the Bible that Satan went against God in heaven. They had a battle and he kicked him out. But what made Satan do that?
Right.
Even what made him think that he can do that? You know what I'm saying? So me being that spirit in that spirituality and church, and me being a philosopher, I always had this thing. What would make him think that he can do that and be God? So I created I Am to go to this thing that this was some other entity to tempt Satan. And then I put a little my horror fiction into it, and there you go. So, that's the basis of me, Jackie. That's how I do things.
When I saw that title, I Am, I was reminded of something I'd seen a number of years ago. When you're working in the motivational area and you're trying to help people who have come from really deep-seated badness from either self-inflicted or done to them, you need to have something that's going to help them connect again. And what I found with this this video that I saw, the words I am are extremely powerful. Not just that they are a affirmation of the fact that you're alive, you breathe, all of that, but that you are everything you see, all of it. You can't see the air, but you are part of it. You are part of the oceans, you're part of the land, because you're all elements of that. But then people start getting a little weirded out when I say, you see that man that just killed those people? You are. You are that person. And they're like, well, how could I be that person? Because you are elementally the same, but for whatever your mindset is, you did not do that. But you have in you the capability of being able to do beautiful things, like Mother Teresa, whom I'm quite convinced wasn't always such a wonderful person, because she has elements of the I Am. And so what a powerful statement, what a powerful title that was. Allowing yourself to be able to have that kind of a connection must really have an effect on where you go from here. The reason why I say that, there are so many people, they're creatives, and they go out and they only stretch a certain amount, and then that's it, that's all they're going to do. But for you, I see that you understand that the whole I am statement, so you can go from here to way over there and not feel limited in your ability to be able to create.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something that you can tell creatives who have hit a wall where they feel that they cannot go further? Is there anything that you could say to them to help them through that?
Well, I'm gonna start off with one of my quotes that I always try to tell people: if a writer's work is to be read, the writer too must be read. So, and if you're gonna get into this field of creativity, either painting or especially writing, since we're talking about writing, if you're not gonna give 110%, what was the point of you starting something, creating something, and ending it in a little while? For a while. I mean, I'm in it for the long haul. I am a horror novelist, and I will keep producing horror fiction till I leave this world. This is what I'm going to do. So, and you can't give up because you have a little bump in the road, or your sales weren't as you wanted them, or someone gave you a bad review. I've had bad reviews, but I had more great reviews. So it just depends on who wants to review and what they want to say. That's fine with me, but that's not going to stop me from being creative and giving the world what I believe they need and what they want to read, something different. So I tell them all, you never give up. But if you're gonna be a writer writes. So if you say you're a writer, you continue to write. It's just simple as that.
What do you do when, and I don't know if this happens to you, but when you start to feel disconnected, what do you do to reconnect?
Well, when I do feel, that I need a muse or I feel disconnected with my writing, I still write. That's the whole ironic thing about it. When I stop writing horror, I may write poetry, or I may, try to create something else, a short story, just to keep me going until the ideas that I need to finish a novel or horror novel comes back to me. But like I said before, when you're a writer, you never stop writing, so you never run into a brick wall per se. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're a writer, you'll write something else, or even if you have to go public speak and talk to people to get things out, you use your creative, you turn that from the pages to verbal, and then go back to the pages, but you never stop. So I never have that problem because I am a writer, and I'm going to write regardless of the fact of what happens around me. I'm still going to write regardless.
You're an orator.
Yes.
And that is a tweak bit different than just locking yourself into being a writer. Someone who can oratate well, they can go to any kind of a situation and have something to say that is 7 times out of 10 meaningful. It may be just a bunch of gibberish to somebody else, but someone's going to come out there and going to connect. So the whole thing is to be able to keep the thought process going. Now, do you ever go into nature? Do you ever have that need to be able to connect with the planet and the physical by deplugging and just going out into nature? And you know what I'm saying here?
Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying. Of course, especially if you're going to be a horror novelist, in my opinion, you cannot be a great horror novelist sitting writing just in your house. You can't. If you're going to be a horror novelist, you have to see the world. You have to see people. You have to see nature. You have to have that time to see the butterfly fly, past you. You have to see the birds chirp. You have to count how many in the tree, or resting on a top of a building, or on a wire or things like that. You have to see the puppy walk, down the street. You have to see these things because those things visually you see can be something that you can create.
Yes.
In whatever genre you are in. It's just like you can't write a love story if you've never been in love, or if you've never seen anybody in love or even spoken to anybody in love, so how can't you write a love story? So when you write horror, I'm not saying physically you've been horrified, but you see different parts of the world to create horror. So you can't just sit in a room. I can't just sit in the house and create horror. I have to be able to. I have to go to the zoo. I have to walk through the park. I have to see the birds. I have to see a rainbow. I have to see the sun. I have to see the clouds. You know, I have to see people talk and smile. I have to see these things to create, you know. So that's what I do, you know what I'm saying? So and I try to tell everybody that's what you need to do.
I think there are some people that lock themselves so much into that idea of being in a bubble that they kind of knock their nose off to spite their face. They're not getting that full environment experience. And you can't, I mean, sure, you can sit and stare at this dang screen and Google yourself until you're purple in the face, but that's not going to give you the kind of experiences that you need if you want to be well-versed and well-rounded in your creating.
I agree.
Very cool, very cool. All right, so I'm going to go over to Scott Pearson, and I'm going to have him ask his first question.
I've got a number of them. Let's start from the beginning. You said earlier that horror has always been, since childhood, horror has always been your first love. What spawned that love? What was your first... Everybody remembers their first kiss, their first love, their first horror movie. What was yours?
Well,
what inspired you to create worlds?
Well, when I was young, when I started, I guess it started when I was 10, and I started having nightmares, so horrific nightmares, actually of Miss Merriweather. So I think it was always in my blood to write, and the only way that I actually defeated Miss Merriweather in my dreams were to write it down with the help of my grandmother, because these repeating dreams of Miss Merriweather in the dark, my grandmother would always reach her hand into the darkness and pull me out before Miss Merriweather would capture me. So that always stayed with me a long time. And as you know, a teenager kept, like I said before, 17, I still had that same recurring dream at 17. But then writing it down and creating, when I became 30, that Miss Merriweather was actually already written when I was 30, on handwritten. I just said, let me pull it out and, type it up and publish it, and I started from there. But Miss Merriweather was created way back when I was 17.
When you look at your body of work, which one out of, and I'm looking at Miss Merriweather, I'm looking at House of Shangri-La, I'm looking at all of these, Pen of Iniquity, which one is your personal closest to your heart?
Well, I could say Miss Merriweather because it was my first. But I think I Am is more closer to my heart because I Am, is that what if theory. It battles the religious part and the horror part of the world. So I think I would say I am a force of relentless evil.
Wow. You want to keep younger?
Scott's speechless. Come on, Scott, you can do this.
I'm not speechless. I asked 2 questions. If I can keep...
I'm sorry.
Take over your show.
Ready? Come on, go. Do this. Show me what you can do, Scott.
Well, I'm going to expand a little bit on that. I've got a trinity of inspiration of Ray Bradbury, Rod Serling, and George Romero, who inspired me to write.
Mm-hmm.
Who, outside of what I call the creatures between the ears, who inspired you to write?
Well, it's so many, Scott. I mean, it's so many, and I may list a few. I mean, I'll say a few, but there are numerous people. But Socrates, which is not horror. Edgar Allan,
Socrates.
Edgar Allan Poe. I mean, Langston Hughes. I mean, it's just so many. Nathaniel Hawthorne. I mean, it's just so many great writers that I've read all through my childhood, you know, before I even reached Stephen King or anything like that. Horror movies, Vincent Price, Alfred Hitchcock, you know, and all these different writers and actors have been embedded in me. So I mean, those just a few. I mean, I could name Stephen King, of course, you know, Dean Koontz, things like that.
Right.
But I have a number of people that has inspired me to write.
The cool thing about what you just said is that you need to be not only just reading within your genre, but you have to read books that have that, what do you want to call it? That ability for you to see both sides of the fence, that not everything is just straight line one way of thinking.
Right, I agree, Jackie. If you read Socrates, written by Plato, I mean, why was Socrates in jail? Because he was trying to change the minds of young men.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So if you read that, then you can use that in a horror aspect as an evil trying to change the mind of some humans. So it's all of them. You know, you can't just stay. You know, read only your genre. You have to read everyone's.
You have to read outside of the box. It is very important to be well read so that you can take a look at what you are doing as a creative and see if it is not necessarily in step with what else is going on out there, but that it has some credibility. Now we're going to go and we're going to talk a little bit about that word credibility. We're going to talk about how you get your characters to be believable and to have a good 360 piece to them so that we know what their motive is, you know, where they're going, and basically how they end up. So, creative process in creating a character that is credible. Go.
Okay. Well, I do it two ways. I mean, I write in such a way that sometimes I create my characters first by looking at the real world, as we talked before. The world is our characters. Everybody you meet are characters. So if you don't, you know, talk to the man asking for a quarter, that's a character. You know what I'm saying, that you can bring out. Not for say that your character is going to be someone that's asking for change, but the mannerisms and the voice and the clothes they wear, you know, and things of that sort, how they stand, you know, so everybody's a character. But then sometimes I don't even start with the character, I start with the plot, and I allow my plot to just create my character in a situation. So some people, you know, do one way, but I do it both ways. But
if you get a character and you go, this is because I've created this particular universe and this character is the way I want it, do you ever have characters that turn around and look at you and go, that is not what I'm going to do?
Right, exactly. So and sometimes I have to go back and say, hold up, let me go back, and I don't think that I want my character to say that. I don't think I want to describe my character. I don't want to put that character in that situation right there. I want to bring another character into that situation so they can meet, you know what I'm saying, instead of that character standing alone by themselves. And sometimes you can create a character, but you need to create another character to bring out that character, because that character may not be able to stand alone by themselves without this character. So it's just very intriguing how I do, you know, put the characters in play.
It's important for some characters to have a meaningful backstory, and when they have that, that's their complete and total essence of who they are. The backstory, though, very often doesn't get told. It only gets parts of it told. Have you written any works where you placed in a character and you knew that there was a big, long backstory, but it wasn't proper timing to tell it, and then later you decided to develop that character's backstory? Have you done that yet?
Yes, I've done it. I believe, let me see, in Ichabod Shaw, I really didn't describe his story until the middle to let you know I brought him out as a character, but no one knew exactly why he was there until the middle. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a puzzle piece, and it's just a puzzle, especially when you're dealing with characters, in my opinion, with the years in the novels, the books I've written. It just depends where you want to place the character and if you want to tell the whole entire chapter as a backstory, sometimes that can get a little drab. You may not want to tell them the entire backstory because you want to keep them guessing or thinking about the backstory. So that's, if you want to have a character like that the readers have to try to guess a little bit of the backstory, so you give them a little piece. So I don't think it's, you should give them the whole backstory at once, and sometimes don't give them the entire backstory. It's just depending on what are you creating, for the readers to guess his backstory or not even be upset that you didn't give a backstory. You see what I'm saying? So it just depends.
Sometimes if you give them just the shell, they can walk into it and go, I know somebody that looks, feels, or acts like so-and-so. And so that helps the reader stay engaged because they want to see if this person is going to act like so-and-so either down the street or at their work or, something that they heard somebody else do, but that helps that connection. It's you are very you're very focused on branding and networking and making sure that people stay glued into what you have, and you have that ability to do it in a subtle manner, keeping your name out there, not necessarily this is my book, do that, but giving them pieces of it or essence of you so that they remember, hey, I got this, I might want to look at this guy's next book, or whatever social media that you have to be able to do that. And it is an art form. That, what you do, is not something that the masses, so to speak, have cued into yet. So many are just focused in on one or two aspects of what it's like to be a creative. You have a background of at least 14 to 15 years in writing as an author, and that part of it, you can't just go and drop on somebody and say, well, do this, 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 and this. It's kind of like describing childbirth. You're a guy. You got a kind of an idea what the thing is about, but you don't have the essence of how painful it can be or how emotionally beautiful it could be.
Yes.
So allowing for someone to be able to see some of the things that you've done, it is really kind of cool because it gets them plugged into maybe doing some different ways of what they're already doing, but you can't necessarily bottle that. Remember the other day I was like, I wish you could bottle that stuff and just send it because I got some people that could use it. No names, of course, but they know who they are.
Right.
It's a beautiful process that I've seen. It's rare though. You create your covers. I want to know, talk to me about some of the things that, again, we already covered the cover a little bit, but I want a little bit more about the essence of the cover and how you go about doing it, because you do your own work. You do your own editing, your own cover, and you produce your own book.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want my covers to reflect me and who I am, Deno Sandz, but in turn I want them to reflect. I'm not designing the cover to I don't want to say entice. Yes, I want the cover to be nice, but I want the cover to be, when you look at the cover, that you can't wait to open the book to see what it means. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how I design my covers, because I take the essence of what I'm going to write. Like, I design books without even writing the novel yet. but I already have the novel in my mind already, so
Right.
I already know what I'm going to write. So I know I have to base a cover on at little bits and pieces of the book and put it on my cover. You know, so it's just I don't know, Jackie. It's just something I don't want to pat me on my back or give me kudos, but it's just when I'm so creative and I think of a thought of what I want my next book to be about, then I think about the cover, you know, and how I want to present the cover.
It's really important for some of the people that follow this particular show, because they're creatives themselves, to get some different kind of perspectives of how people do things. That's why part of the reason why I pry into the person's brain about the process of doing it, because with somebody that's going to look at that and they're going to start, you're going to make a connection with them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of why I really kind of like get the screwdriver out and start digging out the brainstem and finding out how this thing works. Plus, I like to see what motivates people and what makes them tick. So when you're going and you're out and you're just, I don't know, maybe you say you're driving along or you're standing in a grocery line,
Mm-hmm.
and a thought comes to you about maybe a next book or maybe a character. What do you do when you're kind of, you got your hands busy, you're driving, you're not supposed to be on the phone or texting or nothing like that, and or you're standing in a grocery line and you're waiting to get your 10 items or less?
Well, you know, like I said before, every situation is a situation in a book of mine. So if I'm standing in a grocery line, I'm actually thinking about what would scare people in a grocery line. That's me. You know what I'm saying? What would it, now I'm not talking about the armed robber. That's human
Right.
fear. That's reality fear. Now, I'm not talking about reality fear. I'm talking about what would make them so scared in this grocery line or this grocery store. So as I'm looking around, I'm trying to figure out, I'm looking at the chips, I'm looking at the magazines on the rack. I'm always trying to figure out another piece of a puzzle to my book to put in. So regardless, or if I'm driving, like you say, you know, I'm at the stop sign, guess what? I'm not texting. I'm looking around to see the people who's crossing. I'm seeing if someone's getting the ticket over there on the left. You know what I'm saying? I'm counting the seconds and when the red light's going to change to green to see if I can figure out something that I can put in my book. You see what I'm saying? That's just me.
I like that. That's very, what do we want to call it? Scott Pearson has a word for that. Actors do it. Scott Pearson, what am I trying to get to?
Method.
Method writing.
Right.
It's active participation, right then and there, immersion into what you are doing. And I've never seen it done quite like that. Have you, Scott?
No, actually, he takes it a few steps beyond what I've heard anybody say or what's actually gone on between my ears.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Scott.
That's cool. That's true, though. You know?
Smells floating out of my left ear once in a while.
Every once in a while. Method writing actually is a legitimate thing. I'm working on an article for a publishing house that I'm a part of, and one of the things that Scott has been talking about for a while now is this idea of complete and total immersion into the process of, and in this aspect, it's the process of writing. Allowing yourself to think, how many seconds does it take for that to click? What exactly is going on right there in front of you? You've got a visual field pretty wide, you know, if your eyeballs work right the way they're supposed to, and taking in the essence of everything that's going on around you. My husband would probably really, really like that. My husband is also a creative, and he's always, that man never, he don't sit still. And if he is sitting still, he's like his eyeballs are always going, you know, every which way, except if we're in an intense conversation. And then he's like right there, so focused that I'm like, you know, okay, you don't really need to be that focused. But you know, do you find yourself doing that too? Well, when you're in conversation, do you find yourself doing that?
Right. I mean, yes. I mean, you can, as a writer or creative, you can't help yourself. You just can't help yourself because you're always trying to inspire, entertain, enlighten. You know, so especially in your genre, you can't help yourself. If I'm having a conversation, I'm having a conversation with you now, Jackie, and I'm thinking about what I'm going to put in that chapter. I mean, you know, I mean, it's just what you do. And I used to tell people when I asked them, I said, can you hear the second hand on that clock tick? And they say no. I say, why not? Because if you're going to be a writer, you have to visualize. You better visualize. You have to visualize and hear it tick. I don't care if you stare at it long enough. You have to be able to hear it tick. You know, that means you're focused on what you're trying to do. Visualization, imagination, creativity, in every aspect.
It goes back to also that essence of that book, I Am. The sound, the motion, the physicalness, the essence of it, all of it just takes it to such a bigger level. I would love for you to write a book that talks about what we just talked about in this interview, because I think that it is something that would be very beneficial to creative types on a broad range. Okay, so I want you to at some point go back and listen to this interview. I have not, in the 3 years that I've been doing this show, had the ability to be able to get to the topics that we're talking about at the core of what it is as much as I have with this. And I told you the other day, I said I don't know art, but I know what I like.
Right. Thank you, Jackie.
All right, you're very welcome. What I need you to do right now, though, is I need you to give me all your social media. You got Twitter, Instagram, of course, we got Facebook. If you got a Google Plus, whatever, throw that out there.
All right. I am Deno Sandz. I am horror fiction. You can reach me at facebook.com/Deno Sandz Horror. I'm on Twitter, IG, Instagram at Deno Sandz. Deno Sandz is only one. So if you type Deno Sandz in, you're going to get me no matter what search engine you type in. So, and I can be reached at all, especially on Facebook, LinkedIn, still at Deno Sandz, everything.
All right. Thank you so much. I want to make sure that I get my staff to say their proper goodbyes to you and or final comments. Go ahead, Scott Pearson.
All right, Scott.
Deno, it has been a blast. You've sold me on reading Southern Nightmare first. I want to meet Mary.
I'll know now. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, definitely. All right, we're going to go over to Double D.
Deno, it's been an awesome interview today, and I do want to comment on the video that's on your Facebook. Purchase.
Thank you.
It's dark, cool, and awesome. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, Double D. I appreciate it.
His fans, yes, definitely call him Double D. He is the only zombie that matters on the planet. And we've been talking with the really creative Deno Sandz. Thank you so much for being on Zombiepalooza Radio. We are going to have you on again. And
I'm loving it.
I'm going to have conversation with you sometime during the week about that, which I was talking about.
Okay.
I want to be
man, it's out of stock.
I want to. What's out of stock?
Miss Merriweather.
It's out of stock?
It's out of stock. Temporarily out of stock. Order now and we'll deliver when available.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can find it on.
Maybe Barnes and Noble.
Barnes and Nobles or half-price books or something like that. Try that. All right, I got to get moving into my last hour, and so I want to make sure that I say my proper goodbyes to Deno Sandz. Thank you so much for being on the show, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Jackie. It was an honor. I had a great time. Thank you very much. Much love. Much love.
All right,
Thank you.
You were awesome.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott.
All right, go ahead and click out, and then we are going to go over, and I'm going to send a link to our next guest, and our next guest is Forbes West. He's been on a number of times before, but we really, really enjoy what he has to offer. Dead Door, your sounds are squirrel, like times 12.
Awesome.
I know, right? Okay, we're going over to Forbes West, and I'm going to drop him a link so he can go ahead. He can go ahead and click on that. DD, you might want to think about popping out and popping back in again, or clear cache or some whatever magic thing that Scott did. So Scott, that worked for you when you went to go and clear your cache out of the out of your phone?
No, it didn't. I'm talking to you on my poor old retarded phone that I had retired, but has been Wi-Fi'd and drafted back into service.
I was wondering how you made that magic work, but you know, sometimes behind the scenes when we have to go and keep things moving, because it's live radio, it has an interesting tendency to get kind of crazy. Hi, Dead Door, how are you?
I'm doing good. This is not live radio.
It's dead radio?
Yes, it is.
Hello, guys.
It's dead radio.
Hi. Guess who's with us? We have Forbes West with us.
How you guys doing this evening?
I'm doing pretty
World's
good.
in chaos. Pulse is normal.
Sounds very good. How's
Yeah.
the weather?
This pulse is normal. I don't have one.
Yeah.
Well,
I understand
You
that.
know, nobody seems to say anything about me. I'm a vampire, and I don't have a pulse either.
I don't think we want to bring attention to it. We're a little bit frightened.
Yeah. You know, they kind of like look at that and go, everybody. You know, my zombie is the one that gets like all the main attention, which is the way I like it anyway. But some of the people are like, you know, you're not exactly alive either. And I'm like,
That's true. You're a vampire. People don't bring that up enough. I just think again, we're talking about it. You know. I know. People are
But,
so.
you know,
what are you gonna do?
I'm hiding in plain sight. All right, we want to make sure that we give you a proper greeting here, like we usually do. This is Scott Pearson. He's head of all things green in our research department. Hey, Scott, go ahead and say hello to Forbes West.
Greetings, Forbes. Enter freely and have your own will.
Hello.
You're awesome. I want some of what you got, Scott. I really, really, really do.
I don't think it's
I'm fighting off a cold at the moment, so if you got it,
All right, we're gonna move over to Double D, Dead Door William, the only zombie on the planet that matters.
Good evening, Forbes. Welcome to the show. And don't worry, I won't bite either.
Oh, that's all right. That's cool. I feel like I'm half dead anyway. I don't think it would help more.
And we might even get Crunchy to be able to say hello. He's been a little overworked keeping the show on the air.
You're gonna double pay me for that.
I know. I've already.
Double pay for that.
I have not talked to Crunchy in a while. It seems. Hello, Crunchy.
Oh my goodness! All right.
Hey, Forbes. Welcome to the show.
You're awesome. All right. For some who have not heard about who you are and exactly the kind of genre or what your creative process is, go ahead and tell folks, and then we'll get into the interview.
Well, my name is Forbes West. I'm a writer. I published a few books. My first book was Nighthawks at the Mission, and then I published a couple with the Apocalypse Weird series, which was done by Wonderman Media. That was Medium Talent and Bad Dream Man. And I also have a short story online they can read, Day for Night, that this came out. It was part of the Tales of Tinfoil series. And also I do have a movie script out because I'm trying to put together enough funds for a movie. I also produce them on my spare time, too. I've done a couple of short films. The last one, On the Border, which was a Western, has been shown in 17 different countries' film festivals.
Scott Pearson. Scott Pearson, I want you to start the interview process. Go ahead.
I'm going to be basic and ask you, what was your inspiration to get into horror? What lit the fuse in your imagination that led you to create worlds?
I think the fuse was that I always saw these interesting films that maybe weren't like the best films per se, but they were interesting and different. I remember Escape from New York, which again, probably not horror films, but I mean there's an interesting world building there that this like little film, Snake Plissken, like the whole thing, all Manhattan's been turned into a giant prison. Throwaway lines about I remember you flew the Gulf Fire over Leningrad and stuff like that. So I thought that was kind of interesting. There was like a little bit more in the background, and then also another John Carpenter, Big Trouble in Little China. I always dug that one a lot too.
I like that one.
Yeah, that one's fun because it's just like there's this whole hidden society world under Chinatown, and that's kind of it intrigued me a lot. I remember watching those a long time ago, like late at night, like slumber parties, and I just thought that was cool. So that kind of got me into it more and more. It was this, I think, John Carpenter films, and then also that's one a lot of people. I saw it a long time ago. Yeah, that's one that a lot of people go.
That pretty cool stuff.
And also like Stephen King's Dark Tower series. That was the thing I got into in high school.
All right, so where I want to go now is I want to go through some of your books that you have, and I'm going to pull up your information on here. I don't see your no email return.
Nope.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Oh, fake, yeah. Fake
There we go.
All right, I got you. All right, let's see. I have a couple of books, or actually one is a film script and one is a short story. I want to talk to you first about the film script. It's called Riddle Horse. Talk to me about the concept of this particular piece and where you're going to be going with it.
Well, I started working with another director about, I want to say about a year ago, and we had just worked together on the Border. It wasn't the same director as On the Border. It was another guy who was working on the project. And we kind of just hashed out kind of a general idea, and then what happened was that he got, beleaguered with a lot of stuff he had to do, so I took the idea and tweaked it some more. He wanted to have originally kind of like a Breaking Bad moment with a priest. I thought that was kind of interesting, but of course Breaking Bad's been kind of, obviously very much done.
Right.
So I kind of did another direction, and I came up with the idea of having a agoraphobic young woman who's kind of a trophy wife who is stuck at this dilapidated movie ranch out in like Nevada. And the ranch is owned by this much older man who's her husband, and his daughter, who is suffering from a lot of personal issues because she was in Afghanistan, returns home, and that starts getting the ball rolling. And then in the middle of this, he gets an offer that he can't refuse, but he does anyway, where a kind of a pastor comes on and wants to buy the land because he wants to transform the entire landscape into this kind of utopian city that is this, insane, and puts a lot of pressure on the family. And so that's how it basically starts out without giving away too much. And that was something, again, just as a follow-up to working on the Border, the Western. Mm-hmm. And we're trying to put together funding for it right at the moment. We're just trying to see where we can scrounge up. Came up with a great script, great cast, got a great director. and attached to it. And just like anything else in life, it's just about money. So we're just trying to put it all together.
All right. You create in both regular novel form and you have written this screenplay. There are some authors that are very interested in the process of being able to turn their manuscript into a screenplay. Talk about some of the perhaps difficulties that one would have in being able to go from book to screenplay if they've never done it before.
I think the biggest help I had was when I was trying to write my first screenplay. I mean, I wrote one for it was like a short, like sex comedy kind of thing, Tipsy.
Okay.
And that was good.
I need to hold up 1 second. Are you using a headset with your with whatever device you're using to talk into? Because if you're not, it's breaking up and it sounds very metallic.
Okay, no, I'm not using anything. Is this better by any chance? I just set the laptop on something.
You need to use. Are you using a headset with the laptop?
No, not using a headset at all.
Then that's what part of the problem is.
Oh, okay.
In the email I sent you, it said you must use a headset with a microphone attached when you are on the show so that it doesn't make you sound like you're an alien.
I appreciate sounding like an alien. I don't know if I could do that. I will have to find a headset some other time.
Yeah, we get an echo too.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, it wasn't that bad last time, was it?
I
don't know.
It's the way it's just the way that we do things here, and so that we don't have to spend time like we're doing right now talking about headsets.
All right. Well, here this. Let me see. I don't know if I could do anything in particular. I know this is exciting radio right now, so just give me a second.
It's you know, that's I really enjoy having you when you come on to the show because I like your insights and all that. I just want to hear you better.
Oh, I know. Here, hold on a second. Let me try one thing. Give me just 1 second. It'll be 2 seconds away. 1 second.
So he writes in screenplays and books. What other books does he write? We're not having dead air.
Oh, well.
Here, does this help anything? Is this guy just kill the echo at all, or is this worse?
Actually, it's better. So whatever you did, I'm not getting that echo. All right, so we're going to go on and we're going to talk about some of the difficulties that a person would run into if they were trying to take a book and make it into a screenplay and they had not done it before.
I think one of the things is that, the first time we kind of swung it with that Tipsy, but then the second time when I sat down with On the Border, what I did was I worked with the director Guillermo Polo, who had been doing short films before, and he's worked on a lot of other film projects. So what was nice about working with him is that he kind of told me what works and what doesn't when it comes to a screenplay. For example, if you want to have like a certain moment, like look a certain way on screen, if you want to have something come off just right, he was there to kind of like say, yeah, that works, no, that doesn't work. And for the first time really sitting down and doing that was a huge help. So if anyone wants to be doing a screenplay, I think it behooves them to really partner up at least the first time and really sit down with someone else who knows filming, who knows how to go back and forth, who knows, again, like, the logistics of a film shoot, because you can throw out a lot of stuff on paper and, it sometimes might look goofy or just the moment doesn't work. Like the motion, the pacing would be totally off. And a lot of times, I think authors, especially novel authors, kind of look at it as like, oh, film screenplay, that's easier. You don't have to explain so much. You can wing it and blah, blah, blah. No, you can't wing it. You can't just blow through it. You need to have someone to kind of hold your hand, at least again for the very first time, until you understand okay, that's how it's going to come across.
So. Exactly. You need to you have to have some sort of direction. It's kind of like you don't get into a car without actually learning at least some of the rules of the road. Although there are a lot of people out there that just drive willy-nilly, and they're like, nobody else is out here, and they tend to smash into other people who actually are out there. So you don't want to have. Scott?
I said they think it's purge night.
Nothing like feeling like I've just been derailed. Now we have two Forbes in the room.
There's two of me now. I don't know what that. Yeah, I don't get that. Can you hear me okay? It kind of bounced me out all of a sudden.
He's multiplying.
It's just a virus, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna be all over the place. You know? This is ground zero for zombieism. You know, I'm already sick and I'm spreading.
Your sounds are so mashed and metallic like that. This is just not working. Not your fault. All right, one of them's muted, so maybe that might work. We also had one of our other guests that were in here twice, and they managed to be able to click out once. This is kind of like doing a production and trying to do it live and allowing for, you know, things to happen, and things happen. We don't edit any of the shows that we do, so they go out fully as they are. And so we were talking with Forbes West about some of the difficulties of taking a book and a manuscript and putting it into a screenplay, and he had said that it is important for you to be able to get with somebody that understands the technical sides of the production of a screenplay, because if you don't, your project could be derailed. Plus, you could end up costing yourself way more money than what you need to. So
that's a true thing, yeah. Because again, you really do. It's not having a writing partner. You do need to have a production partner who can sit with you and is, you know, again, hash out certain details. You know, for example, when I was writing On the Border, I was thinking about doing the whole thing at night, and that would be, you know, for the budget we were looking at, that was going to be an unmitigated disaster for that. You know, try to do everything at night, have people, you know, work at night in a desert setting, like no way in hell that would work. So there's little things like that to be pointed out.
Yeah, what he just said. All right, so when you're going to put a production, I guess we'll just stay within the screenplay right now. When you're going to do that, you need to have now characters that are equal to the ones that are already in the manuscript. So how do you go about doing the casting for something like this?
I really suggest that, you know, not trying to, how do you say it, not trying to really just go with what, you know, your mind's eye was in the first case. You know, it's like, for example, you might picture a certain actor or a certain way the character looks. I think it's just that you have to really open it up, disallow anyone to kind of come through. Now, that seems like that's kind of productive, and that's going to be like a long time. But honestly, that's going to be something where, you know, the more people you have in the audition process, you're going to see stuff.
You're gonna hate me right now because I'm gonna be mean producer lady. The sound quality on this is horrendous, and
Jackie,
I know you're probably hearing it really good on your side, but it's coming up on my side as being all garbled and, like I said, metallic. Like, yes, Dead Door.
It's sounding good on my side too.
Mine too.
It's what?
It's sounding good on my side.
Then I don't understand why it's coming out the way it is. I don't know.
The fun of technology, that's all I gotta say. That's just, you know, this is the joke of our era.
So now it's clear.
You know, it's a Christmas miracle. You know,
when you shine a light on a demon, it goes away.
Yeah. When you ever all of us talk about it once. You know? Yep, there you go. See the zombies, right?
Give me some good material to pick this dang thing up, because I felt like it's out there somewhere floating in the ocean, and I'm like, come on, bring it back in here some. All right, so we're going to go to Scott Pearson. We're going to see where his mind's going. Go.
Well, my mind's floating out in the ocean, wondering what kind of bait you're using. But Forbes, I'm wondering, where are you going next with this? What projects do you have on? Go ahead.
The next The next project on deck really is trying to get Riddle Horse done. That's like the number one priority, is trying to pull funding for that. But I am working on another book, which is kind of like a quote-unquote serious literature kind of book that I have under wraps at the moment. And then I'm trying to shop around a book that is basically what I think is the deconstruction of the superhero. So that's one where it's like, we see all these tropes and these kind of like common things, especially like the origin story of Spider-Man or the origin story of Superman, and they go through the same kind of, journey and travels and blah, blah, blah. I wanted to kind of do in the book, which I worked with a friend, which we co-authored together, which is a rare thing too, because I haven't done that before either. But we sat down and basically worked out the idea of having a superhero who was a recluse, who was kind of driven away from society because his family had been wiped out. And really we were coming to this idea that, a Superman or a Batman after a while is going to be suffering from a lot of issues, a lot of emotional problems, a lot of things like that. And we wanted to explore that a lot more. We want to explore kind of the feelings of being the most powerful man on the planet. And that's the one book right now I'm shopping around with literary agents at the moment. But that's where I want to go next. I think it's just kind of, especially since there's so many superhero movies coming out lately.
Oh, yeah.
And they will come out until 2030, basically. That I think it's time that we kind of shine a light to kind of really look at, the kind of cultural influence of superheroes, the psychology of superheroes, what people want out of them. And I think this book is real timely for that because, again, right now we're always getting the same kind of regurgitation. We're not really getting too much of a wide difference. Everyone's got the same origin story. Everyone's got the same kind of, rise to the occasion kind of stuff. And that's pretty much it. It's been done to death.
No, not necessarily, because Tony Stark was a drunken drug addict. He even got so plowed that he lost his suit to Rhodey for several years in the comic book.
In the comic book,
He was a drunken alcoholic drug addict.
Right, that has been done, but I think that, spending more time actually exploring that, especially in the movies, that has not, there's been a minor influence with that, but that's never been the main point. It's always been that faceless army comes in with multiple robots, whatever, multiple aliens, they attack, they deal with it, and, move on to part 3.
Yeah. It's really actually really interesting for you to go to that level. I enjoy that. It kind of turns the key all, full circle, and it allows for you to see the personal demons that the individual is carrying around now because of all the other stuff that they've gotten themselves involved with. The reason why they got themselves involved with to begin with is that there was some tragedy that either they came under or that someone they cared about came under, and then that's what kind of helped push them into doing it. But nobody has ever really taken a look at the toll that it takes on a person.
Yeah, no, honestly, that is something where, again, I don't think they discuss too much. It's, if they do, it's a minor plot point. It might be a minor aside, but, no one sits down and, thinks about Batman, 20, 30 years of doing the same kind of vigilante stuff and how he would turn out. They don't want to talk about too much about, some of the massive violence that, the Avengers have seen. Most of the Avengers are, human or human-based, for example, and
right.
They just kind of roll with stuff like, oh, yeah, half of Manhattan just got blown up. We still talk about 9/11, every time there's an anniversary. We remember where we are and when it happened. And these guys run into, 9/11 times a million every time. And it's just yeah, that's, let's keep going with this. That's fine. And there's no real long-term damage. Everything gets reset, even though there's thousands.
Why do you think that so many people have decided that that's okay to do with these particular kinds of characters?
I think it's just mostly major studios and corporations. They want to play everything safe nowadays. There's no room for innovation. There's no room for really trying something new. So they're just going to go back to the well. I mean, they don't really have an incentive if you think about it. I mean, like Avengers 2 was basically just, same thing as Avengers 1, except there's, a killer robot with more robots. That was something that was pretty much, based off the first film. It didn't really deal so much with the consequences of the first film, except for, again, the building of Ultron and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And I think that, again, they just want to just do the same stuff because they want to have a guaranteed profit. They don't want to have anything really to derail that. That's why also, too, the saddest example, and even though I like this film, don't get me wrong, I like Star Wars The Force Awakens, but, one of the major criticisms of Star Wars The Force Awakens is that it's basically Episode 4, New Hope, the first Star Wars all over again. And I think that's completely true. And I think it's just that they really sat down and it's like, no, we're not going to mess with this. We're not going to do anything different. We're just going to play it completely safe. And I think that's why no one's going towards that.
There is, though, a wave. It's small right now, but there is a wave that's coming inland that says we are so sick and tired of being politically correct or being force-fed this stuff that they think we should have. We have a voice, and we are not going to take this crap anymore. We want something that is not sanitized. So when you go and take a beloved character, superhero, and you give this individual deep-seated emotional, psychological bents that are not that picture-perfect aspect of that character, there are going to be some people that are going to say, finally.
I think absolutely. I think it's just that we're stuck in an age of just being mediocre for a lot of things. I think people are tired of it. I know political correctness has been tossed around a lot too. That there's a political correct movement, and there's some smoke and there's some fire to that smoke too. I would agree with that. But I think really, if you want to get to the base common denominator of everything, honestly, it's about them not wanting to rock the boat, them wanting to play everything safe, use the same kind of tropes and same kind of storylines. That's like one of the things I thought about. Like, you had Nick Cole on earlier, right? Too.
That's exactly where I was going to go. He put something in a book that was for a mainline publisher, and they went bananas about it. And well, he's no longer or currently with that company anymore because he said no, and that he was going to keep it because it was integral to the part. Where I want to go with that with you is when you go to make this production, in whatever manner that it turns out, whether it be screenplay or if it is novel, there are probably going to be people that are going to say, you drove off the cliff and you're in a car and the car is not a submarine.
Yeah. I think that, with Nick's story and everything like that, again, I think it's just, I honestly do think it's just that they anything that's just slightly off that people are going to go bananas about. But that's always that same kind of group. I mean, we've had cultural, deep freeze and then unthawing. We went through the 1950s where everything was shut down and there was no real cultural, innovation whatsoever. But, about 10 years of that going on, blacklist and, communist hysteria, and people got sick of that. And then the 1960s rolled around, and slowly you started getting these films that never ever had been seen before in the history of film, like Bonnie and Clyde, other, again, very different avant-garde films that, became huge successes. Easy Rider comes to mind, even stretching into the 1970s with, Martin Scorsese's work. So I think we're just on the cusp of that. I think we're just right at that moment. I think we're just right at this moment of thaw where people want to have that. And I think that, authors and producers and writers of screen stuff, I think that everyone's going to get involved with that, and everyone's going to be wanting to try out new stuff. Because, I mean, look at some of the big successes, especially in television, that has come out. Breaking Bad is a very goofy story if you think about it. I mean, it's about a chemistry teacher who teams up with his high school student to go sell crystal meth. That's off the wall, and no wonder like so many, companies originally turned it down. They're probably just kicking themselves to death over it. But once it came out to small screens, people went, "Oh my God, this is something I've never seen before. This is so interesting and cool." So I think we're right at that kind of moment. We're just right at the precipice, and I think it's guys like Nicole pressing the envelope. I think there's other people doing it. I think there's just going to be more and more of that happening. And I think that especially once Hollywood or big publishers, find out that people are making money off of this stuff, then it's just going to open up the floodworks again. And we'll go through the same cycle. We'll probably have a period of wild and new literature and films and television, and then I'll probably peter out and we'll go back into a deep freeze. But that's just seems how we do it, though.
Talk quick about whether or not you are with a publishing house or you are self-published.
Well, I am with a publisher for Nighthawks of the Mission. I am self-published for my short story Day for Night Riddle Horse, and I am about to be part of the same thing you are, Stitch Smile Publications. So yeah, that is again, so I'm mixed. I'm a hybrid. I'm back and forth with that. So yeah, and Resurrection Hero, that's something I want to get into another publisher too. So I'm like been shopping around all over the place. I'm trying to get an agent for that first. So yeah, I'm mixed all over, and I think that I see pluses and minuses for all of that. I think that you see some self-publishing huge successes, like a Hugh Howey type, for example, Andy Weir, the guy who did The Martian. And then, of course, there's still stuff that comes out of the big publishers. Of course, they're mostly like the young adult things seem to be the ones that really take off, like the Hunger Games or Twilight and things like that.
I did a review. Well, kind of like I've been doing a lot of research, and part of it was trying to take a look at how the book industry is with the different genres, what's popping and what's really not. And there was one that I was looking at, I think it was like 2013 or something like that. It might have been 2014. Said 31% of the industry is going to young adult. And the rest of the industry is kind of divided in a way that I thought was rather odd. There seems to be a shift in the horror genre that it's not quite so much. Now, that was either 1 or 2 years ago or a couple of years ago. I don't have anything that is more up to date, but it still seems that young adult stuff is still really, really popping, which is cool because it's giving young people, they're picking up a book instead of watching television.
I think it's a great trend. I think that, I think also too that young adult readers are going to turn into adult readers, and I think that's just going to keep helping, keep everything alive. And I think, kind of maybe goes into what we were talking about a little bit earlier, for example, of like, Hollywood not trying new things or, mainstream television not trying new things. I think a lot of young people pick up on that and get bored to tears out of a lot of stuff, and so that's why they're willing to pick up a book. I don't know if it's so much that, book reading has just kind of become the cool thing per se. I think it's more that people are just so done and so desperate for kind of original entertainment, and you see so many television shows come out nowadays, especially like in the major ABC, NBC, CBS channels, which is like the same old schlock kind of stuff.
Yeah, it is. It's variations of the same junk. I'm like looking at this and going, every once in a while I get an opportunity to turn television on. And when you're an entrepreneur, you really shouldn't be watching that thing in there that I have in there, but I look at it and I go, you know, this is dreck. You know, I don't understand why people sit there and get so involved in some of this stuff, except for The Walking Dead, which is starting Sunday. Yay! You know, there's no real content there that grabs my attention.
No, I think that's just the truth of it, and this that people growing up have been, you know, saturated with so much of it that they're done, and so they that's why they get into books and get into different things. I remember feeling kind of the same way too back in the late '90s, 2000 when I was in high school, because I couldn't really watch anything that was on. I didn't care about any of the kind of crap that was being shoveled out, and I started getting back into reading hardcore. When my friend suggested to go read Stephen King's The Gunslinger, which is actually a pretty old book by that point.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was just something like, wow, this is interesting and different. I think that's what's happening with young adults, and I think, you know, we can, you know, maybe laugh about a Twilight or a Hunger Games, or, you know, again, have more respect for Harry Potter, but at least young people are kind of like, okay, you know what, the bookshelves, the library is going to have something different. Let me try this out. And I think it's a good thing, and they're going to continue on to that. Once you kind of, you know, start with books, you get addicted. It sounds like something you kind of just give up after a while.
I want to touch a little bit about this ugly word called censorism. When you go and, not necessarily you, but you, the public, when you go out to look for new works to consume, you want to be able to find things that you're interested in. And especially in the horror genre, if you really enjoy that, you are used to reading about things that are kind of really off the wall and but engaging. And for the most part, unless it's a true story, you just want to be entertained. Do you think that the industry as a whole is stepping on the line and making us go backwards because of the fact that books are still being censored?
I would think so. I think that there's multiple reasons why books get censored, or I should say there's multiple reasons given why books get censored, but I really do think that what it comes down to is, you know, everything is the almighty dollar. And when you have people that run major corporations, publishers, studios, I think that they always want to play it safe. So, and their bottom line is always extremely, how do you put this? Extremely watched. They want to make sure that they never miss a dollar. So if you have something that's like at the least bit controversial, like the very least, like, you know, Nick Cole's book, I cannot imagine to be controversial in any way. But I think that somewhere, you know, I know it was kind of like, you know, given that it was like, oh, it's like, you know, there's an editor and there's this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that person made that decision. The company made that decision because they are so wanting to keep things exactly the same, and then if anyone steps out of line with that, they want to just shut it down because they want to make sure that, again, they'll never miss an opportunity to make that extra dollar.
So when we're looking at, like, say, something that's political, we look at who's pushing the platform, and say, I don't know, say it's a smoking company and they want to they want to, well, maybe that's not a good thing. Yeah, all right. So you got a politician, and the politician's money, a big part of it is coming from, say, this major brand of that creates cigarettes. He doesn't want to offend people. He says, you know, we're going to allow smoking in whatever, and we think that we should fight these places that say smoking is not allowed. If he starts to see that maybe he's going in the wrong direction, as politicians often do, they'll change things up and they go, well, I got to go with these other people because they're not agreeing that smoking is okay in all these places. So he goes and he offends the person that's putting the most money in his pocket. He may not win because he doesn't have the money, and not because there are, I guess, the wrong type of people that are following him or something like that. I don't know where I was going with that, but maybe you can pull me out of that one.
Well, I think the thing is, yeah, it's just that, again, everyone wants to go to this basically bland middle, great middle, and politicians do that. I mean, for the most part, I mean, Republicans will run really right-wing right now because it's the primaries, and Democrats will run really left-wing because it's the primaries. But once the general election comes up, all of them are going to try to, basically sit in the middle lane. That basically that, unoffensive, grand middle that everyone got. And I think that's the same thing with books now, and I think it's the same thing with, movies now. Television, obviously, like I said before, I think has become a lot better, but it's like they just want that great middle because they want to scoop up, either vote or scoop up every dollar. That's why if you think of like Twilight or Hunger Games or, even for Harry Potter for the most part, they're really not that offensive. There's not really a pushing of ideas here or trying to like different ideas. And really, we had that like in the 1960s because of a couple reasons. One, books in the 1960s were much more edgy because it was kind of part of that the cultural thaw where people were opening up and trying new things. And then the other thing was too is that sci-fi was kind of in the ghetto for a long time, so no one really cared what they had to write about. For the most part, there was always this built-in audience, and I think that as time went on and sci-fi became more mainstream and people got more into it, or horror became more mainstream, then they turned off any kind of edge to it, and they made it palatable that a show, for example, like The Walking Dead, which is considered a very good show, it can be seen on American screens all over the country. It's like it's moved into the mainstream, and people are accepting of that, and at the same time, it's not really trying to discuss. I mean, it does in some ways, but it doesn't really try to get to the nitty-gritty of a lot of the cultural issues. And I think that's what they're staying away from. And Nick Cole's book, which really honestly was nowhere near, was just close enough to show up on the radar that they wanted us to do away with it because, again, they were worried that somehow in some way they might lose a buck over it. And so they might rather sink the whole book because they can just have someone else basically do the same kind of stuff as Nick did, without any kind of real issues showing up that might cost them dollars in the long term.
Right, but see here then, what he put in that book was just a one tiny sentence, and he gave an explanation of it within that chapter, and it was just almost an essence of the subject matter. And he didn't go on a political grandstand one way or another, whether or not it was right or wrong or anything like that. It was just a piece. My worry is that it seems the more and more I look at situations on a social level, all you have to have is that breadth of an issue, and all of a sudden it's wrong. And we are so treading on such dangerous ground right now that if we don't get more people opening their mouth and saying that thinking is going to send us back into concentration camps, maybe not that far, but you get the idea, that is going in the so far wrong direction. We need to stop it now.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good question about that because that's not an isolated issue. That's something that deals with more of like the ultra polarization in the United States. I mean, we have basically two different worldviews going on. A conservative, religious based one, a liberal secular one. The stakes have have risen so much, ever since really I think that Supreme Court decision in 2000 that gave Bush the presidency. I don't think people could step back from that. And I think that, ever since that, it just keeps ratcheting up and ratcheting up. And I honestly don't have a good answer about that. I think that, again, I do think corporations play it safe because they want to play both sides. But I think that the censorship comes in because they know about the two sides, and they know about that, and they're so terrified about getting anything that might be misinterpreted to one side or the other, because they also know, too, that especially in social media, they could be crucified for anything that sounds a little bit off, because, social media is a mob network. I mean, we have Facebook and Twitter, and the mob doesn't have rational thinking skills. They hear something in some newspaper saying that Nick Cole's book, says that the end of humanity is due to abortion. That's all they need. That's all, that one line is all they need for people just to go completely ape about it. So I think that's what, again, that was in their calculus. I think that that came across not because, again, this publisher is part of some kind of, quote unquote social justice warrior agenda. I think is just that again, that the polarization is set in. People are ready to lynch each other over the littlest things, and they're just staying the hell out of it, and just to make sure that we can have bland books that won't cause controversy. I mean, look at Harry Potter, for instance. Harry Potter is one of the least offensive books I could possibly imagine. But when it first came out, what was it?
There were plenty of people that said that book's got to be banned. It's teaching the wrong things to our kids.
Yeah, it's like it was witchcraft and everything like that, and it's just.
I'm like, what?
And I don't think anyone could have imagined. I would think that the publishers and the editors were just like, really? How do you figure that one? Exactly. But that's a part of our times right now, and it just keeps getting ratcheted up. Also the Gamergate controversy, which is something where I'm not totally familiar with. It was just. Supposedly it was something about, trying to get ethics in gaming journalism or something like that, but then it basically turned and mutated into a lynch mob against women trying to have, a liberal arts degree discussion of, women's roles in video games. And that was an extreme overreaction that came out of nowhere. And I think it's just that, it's just until we kind of get the grips that, we can offend each other and that we can, put out our own books and that, we can have our own ideas and just have our own stories, and without this kind of like everyone looking for the social commentary inside of it, trying to pry it open. I don't know where we're going to go, and I think honestly that's not even just the issue. I think that's just a symptom of a much larger disease called that America is splitting in two.
And all you have to, I have 6 kids, and 5 of them are in mainstream schools, and I'm looking at some of the stuff that is coming out of there. From what my kids talk about just in general and or the curriculum, and I'm like, what exactly happened to common sense here? And when are they going to start coming back to just teaching the basics and allowing these kids to have a thought process of their own instead of trying to mold them into these mindless media grubbing individuals? It just doesn't make any kind of sense.
Well, it's just, I think that we're seeing it all across the country that our kids and the people in our schools are being used as pawns in this kind of much larger cultural war. And both sides are to blame. There's a left-wing agenda and there's a right-wing agenda. You can say the same thing about the schools in Texas, for example, are putting in their textbooks that Moses is one of the founding fathers.
I saw that. That was a couple of years back or something like that. Or so. I'm like, what? Since when?
Yeah, exactly. It's just, again, it's like a long stretch of thought to really think that way. And, and then you get some other things like Common Core math, which everything I've seen online, I don't have a kid, but it just doesn't make any sense. I really am always confused about that and, feel silly about it. But
my kids came home. One of my littles came home with this paper that had some junk on there, and the school, thank God, they had the they either had so many parents going and complaining about it or something, but something happened along the line where they just quit doing it because it was just so confusing to the kids. And like just regular math problems, they would have 5 or 6 steps for something that took maybe 2 or 3. And I told I said, I'm not teaching you whatever that messed up thing is. I'm teaching you how to get the right answer. And if the teacher comes back and says that's not the right answer, then the teacher and I are going to have major issues. And so that's how I did. And then finally they stopped coming home with this garbage teaching, and they finally got back to at least the basics of how to teach regular math.
Yeah, it's just, and I think, to kind of wrap it around for a second, I think Nick is a victim of this kind of cultural bombardment, but I think that's only one part of the story. Honestly, I think it's just that there's a kind of a dumbing down and a kind of a bland thing that's coming across the country too, because everyone doesn't want to get involved with that. So, unfortunately, that's where we're at. But I think that it seems that Nick's book is becoming more and more successful because of actually what happened. In spite of it, I'm seeing really good reviews. Its ratings have gone up. So I think that that's just one kind of swing at the ice. I think that that's going to be one thing that's going to chop into that, and I think that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
And I think that more and more is
Another good thing is offworldnetwork.thirdscribe.com. Forbes West, he has something that is called the Benbow Inn, and he has a podcast called Live at the Benbow Inn. It has special dead episodes talk about Live at the Benbow Inn.
Well, thank you. Benbow Inn is something that comes across when we have a chance, and we do a podcast together. It's me and some other guys in sci-fi, other authors. Nick Cole's been a guest on it a few times. And what Live at the Benbow Inn is basically just sitting down with other authors and kind of chewing over philosophical issues. We kind of just do a symposium, a kind of was it the McLaughlin group kind of thing, if people remember that. And we just kind of just throw out questions and get people's inputs on it. And that's exactly what it is. And the dead episodes are just because I didn't have the means of podcast at all, so we just kind of just do a transcript on. So, but yeah, that was pretty much the idea of that podcast, was that just have a symposium where people sit down and we just talk over these kind of issues. It was just a bunch of friends kind of shooting the what about it.
Why is it important to be able to have that camaraderie like that? Why is that for a creative to have that?
I think because when you surround yourself with creative and interesting people, you're able to really get some interesting thoughts come across and interesting answers that I think jogs your own creativity too. It's kind of like a self-feeding cycle. Again, I think having the guys on for like Live at the Benbow Inn, that has been great because someone will come up with insight that I'm like, oh, and it sticks in my mind, and it kind of helps me myself, writing wise. I'll think about it later, and I think that's a good thing. I think that anytime you're around smart, creative people who are able to share their views on any number of subjects, I think that's a wonderful thing, and I think that I've been very lucky and very blessed to be able to have these guys get roped into this. So it's been cool.
Are you going to make more episodes?
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's just very hard to get a kind of a quorum going because we have about 4 or 5 people. We are all on different schedules, different time zones, different everything. So trying to rope everyone together, as you probably well know this, it's kind of. It's a trick, so it's like, yeah, we do it. We don't have a regular schedule, but again, we're trying to do it as much as we can, and just continuing on just to kind of shoot it out. I mean, we just, if we had more of a structure to it, we'd be doing more, but right at the moment, it's just kind of like a special thing that we kind of just get out there.
All right, so, and what platform is it? Is it YouTube, or is it live stream, or what is it?
Just on SoundCloud at the moment. So
okay.
It's just recorded. It's not live, but it's recorded, put on SoundCloud.
SoundCloud. All right. So I'm going to make sure that my guys get a link out for this, and the other really, really cool things that you will be able to find from Forbes West over at offworldnetwork.thirdscribe.com. Go check it out today, please, and thank you and all of that kind of stuff. It has been an interesting hour with you. We've gone through a number of technical situations and talked about some technical situations that also have to do with the writing world. Very impressed with some of the things that you have come up with and interested to see how the rest of your 2016 is going to wrap out.
Hey, thank you so much. Thanks for having me on again. I really appreciate it. And again, always good talking to the whole crew. So thank you, Zombiepalooza.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure that we get our people in to say their proper goodbyes and final comments. We're going to go over to Dead Door William.
Forbes, it's been great. Awesome having you on the show again.
Hey, thank you so much, Dead Door. I appreciate that.
All right. Now we're going to go over to Scott Pearson. Scott, unmute your mic. Scott.
I have a bunch of questions that I would like to ask. However,
sure. You can
the big one that
sure.
I want to know is, where are you going from here?
I think I'm
What's
going
next?
Really Riddle Horse is next, and then trying to get that try to pick up a literary agent too for that kind of unnamed novel I worked on with a friend. So that's the two major projects, and then pretty much from there, I'm again working on like this, serious literature, quote unquote, which is not horror, not sci-fi, and yeah, I'm just trying to just play out my year like that, just get the books out there and keep hustling, pretty much.
Keep moving.
You're jumping genre?
You know what? Yeah, I kind of am. I just not permanently, and not by any like, oh, I'm too good for horror or too good for zombies or too good for this and that. No, because that's all crap. But no, I'm doing. Yeah, I'm gonna try my hand at the serious literature thing, quote unquote.
Guy needs to eat, right?
Yes, try new things.
Tell that to Clive Barker.
Yeah, dude's eating just fine over there, that Clive Barker. He sure is. All right, Scott Pearson, go ahead and say your final goodbyes, please.
It has been a blast hearing you again, Forbes. I'm sitting here looking at your Apocalypse Weird books 1 and 2 on here, and that's basically what was leading me to ask that question, but it's fascinating to know. I'm bummed now that we've got to sign off. I'd like to hear more about that. It's been a blast having you on. Thank you for coming back.
I'm going to get him back on again and hopefully we'll have the full hour where there's no glitches.
Hey, I'm looking forward to that.
All right. We're going to get going and get our final, I guess, communication for this evening from Dead Door William. Dead Door, you know what to do.
Yes, I do. Jackie, Scott, Forbes. Love you all. It was awesome on the show today. The show's been great. All the guests, thank you for coming by. And George Romero, we're coming for you. But you have a good night, a good morning, and a good evening.
That's all, folks.